There we go. Thank you. I'll say that again. Good morning to everyone, and we are back on the record. Thank you for your indulgence and waiting till the commission got done with some of our other urgent business. And first thing we'll do this morning is ask about public comment. If there's anyone here this morning who would like to make public comment, we would like to make that opportunity available to them now, and then again at the end of the day's hearing this afternoon. Any public comment right now? Doesn't look like it. So, okay. And and I'd like to ask, in Northwestern's case, if we can get some idea of the order of your witnesses. It probably won't be till this afternoon, and then tomorrow. That might help some of the staff and commissioners who like to review what they've read to be a little more prepared in advance. Do you have a definite order, Ms. Hill?
Yes, I can tell you that we'll start off with Dr. Ben Fleischman, and he will be followed by Dr. Gary Doris, and then Dr. Lahiri. So I know the three doctors first.
Great. Three. That's a good way to remember. And that'll probably complete the hearing for the day, but we'll see. Maybe we'll move faster than that. But thank you. That's helpful. Okay. Any other matters that need to come before the chair this morning before we proceed with witnesses?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, I'd asked some questions from Dr. Segal about the data in PSC 17B, and I'd hoped to get this Excel spreadsheet that I had compiled admitted into evidence, but Mr. Uda might have some objections to that, and I don't know if he does or not.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Segal had an opportunity to go through it last night, and his view is that it's accurate, except that the extreme column on the left, which doesn't affect the computations, is not quite accurate. But I don't think it makes a difference to the overall accuracy of the representation of the work he's done. So we're not going to object to it.
Then Northwestern moves for this Excel spreadsheet compiled from PSC 17B to be Northwestern Exhibit Number 1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, we weren't aware of it, and so we could just.
So I'm guessing that was all technically off the record.
Thanks, Mr. Uda. We needed that. Yeah.
Works for me. What are they going to say when they find out this is all rehearsed?
Yeah. Well, why don't we just repeat the last?
We'll wait till Holly gets ready and then.
Yeah, as soon as Holly's. I'm sorry. My mistake. I didn't look over that direction. Well, we were not quite sure when we were going to be done this morning. We thought it might be later than 10:30.
Yeah.
We'll just wait till you get set up there. I'll have a little bit of my coffee. All right, we are on the record, and again, welcome everyone back to our hearing today. And before we resume, Ms. Hill, there is a matter that you'd like to bring before the chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Northwestern moves to put the color copy of the Excel spreadsheet that it compiled from PSC 17B into the record. This spreadsheet was discussed with Dr. Segal yesterday. That would be Northwestern Exhibit Number 1.
Any objections to that?
No objection.
Okay, so Northwestern Exhibit Number 1, this colored Excel spreadsheet is entered into the record. Anything else before we continue?
Mr. Chairman, if you may recall, I had discussed yesterday a meeting with Ms. Hill to discuss Northwestern's objections to data requests. I think we have resolved those. We're going to be withdrawing some of them. Some of them would be redacted, and some of them are going to come in as they were. So I haven't got a complete copy of that yet. I'm going to get it to the court reporter, let Ms. Hill review it, and then I think we'll be moving collectively for the admission of some and the exclusion of others. And we'll certainly let Mr. Regala know what we decide to do. I'm pronouncing that right? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Uda, and I thank the parties for your efforts. That's very helpful to the commission. Okay, any other matters before we proceed? Mr. Uda, you are up to bat here to call your next witness, if you may.
Okay, so these are the update to PSC 04 and both the
It's a
clean copy and
and
a red line version. Okay.
to what Northwestern
All right.
has seen it at. So here's his actual testimony.
Okay, that's his direct. And is this exhibit to his testimony or just an update to the data request?
Well, I think.
Crazy, sure.
So I just have one copy of each right here.
Well, we do right there.
All right, well, make sure you get that to the court reporter. And,
Take this and
yeah, okay. All right, so, my apologies, Mr. Chairman.
No problem.
This is, more complicated than the normal. Okay, so there's three, okay. All right, so give one to the court reporter there. Give one to the court reporter there. All right.
Okay.
So
You need
this
one of
is,
the direct.
these are for him.
Yep.
Okay, and that's my copy.
Do you have one of the rebuttal?
Yeah, got one right here. I just need these two things to put in front of him. This is the red line version, and this is
That's the red line
All
version.
right, all right.
I forgot to switch chairs with you last night. I was gonna do that when you didn't know it.
We can change it.
No.
Oh, I see.
But I'll do it secretly when you're not around.
Fair point.
I sink down in mine, it goes back like, yeah, I don't know how to set them up. Yours is better, yeah.
This left one, on the left side.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I've called Darrell Grant to the stand.
Mr. Grant? And Mr. Grant, I believe you were still under oath from yesterday. You were one of those that took the oath yesterday?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, that still applies. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
I have to say, Mr. Grant, I remember you from when you came before us last, and I have this wonderful mental picture of you standing up over there with your shoe, hammering an exhibit into the wall with the heel of your shoe. That was wonderful. That was one of the special moments of otherwise boring hearing. No, it wasn't a boring hearing. But
I won't hammer your screen this time.
So
What are
it's
we up to?
CDC 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Okay.
We're starting with
Okay,
the clean copy.
okay, starting with the clean copy, and then
This is
direct.
9, no, so this is 9, this is 10,
Right.
11, 12.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Grant, I placed in front of you 4 documents. You're lucky you get twice the number of all the other witnesses. Can you identify what those documents are?
My direct testimony and my pre-filed rebuttal testimony.
Okay, there's 2 other documents up there. What are those?
The PPA,
Okay, and that would be an update to your response to PSC 004?
that's correct.
Okay, and there's both a clean copy and a red line copy.
That's correct.
Okay, so let me ask you first about your direct pre-filed testimony. Did you cause that document to be prepared?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
And the same would be true for your pre-filed rebuttal testimony.
That's correct.
Okay, and why did you choose to update the response to PSC 004?
Which is PSCO.
The clean, the clean and red line copy of the PPA.
Okay. Once we saw the information from Northwestern Energy, we thought that there was somewhat of a meeting of the minds on certain issues. So we simply updated the document, the properties agreement, to make it very clear to the commissioners what the differences are. And because it's critical for us to have the PPA approved during this contested hearing, we thought it would be a lot more efficient to do it this way.
Okay, so, Mr. Grant, did you cause those changes to be made to the PPA?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with their contents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, if I were to ask you in your direct and rebuttal pre-filed testimony the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
That's correct.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to your testimony?
No.
Okay. I forgot to do the one thing that I should have done at the beginning, which is, please state your name for the record.
Darrell, Derrel, Grant, Grant.
Okay. And by whom are you employed, Mr. Grant?
Caithness Services, LLC,
Okay. And what is your business address?
565 Fifth Avenue, New York City, zip 10017.
Okay. So I went in an unorthodox order. I apologize for that. But at this time, I would move for the admission of CBC 9, 10, 11, and 12. Is that right? All right, I got it right. So
You have anything else to say?
move for the admission of those exhibits?
CBC 9, 10, 11, and 12 are moved. Any objection?
No objection.
And CBC 9, 10, 11, and 12 are entered into the record.
And at this time, I would tender Mr. Grant for cross-examination and further questioning.
Ms. Hill, do you have questions?
I do, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Grant.
Good morning, Ms. Hill.
So let's kind of get up to speed to where we left off yesterday with what Caithness is seeking in this docket. You're seeking an approval of a capacity contribution, correct?
That's correct.
So in the past, when the PSC has approved capacity contributions for just wind without a battery, isn't it true that they just say, okay, it's 5% for just wind? That's kind of a standard for just wind?
That's correct for wind only.
For wind only. But you're adding a battery to the project, and so an estimate for your project would say, comparing that to that 5% is 33%. Is that correct?
Well, the capacity contribution for the hybrid project is about 40 megawatts. So if you do the arithmetic, I haven't done it, whatever that is it 43? Is it?
It's about 33%.
Okay, well, correct.
Subject to check, yeah.
Subject to
So just
check.
Okay. And so you get capacity, and then obviously the project will provide energy, correct?
That's correct.
And the battery will smooth the wind from what you describe in your testimony as sawtooth.
Correct.
And the ancillary services y'all will be able to provide, the project will be able to provide, so that can provide a continuous flow of electricity, correct?
Correct.
And then you talk about the extreme,
Just so we're not mistaken, continuous flow of electricity over the hour, and then another continuous flow of electricity for the next hour, but a flat, roughly flat piece. Yes.
Over the hour,
Over the hour, yes.
but not sub-hourly.
Well, the hour consists of sub-hourly increments, so it should be smooth over the sub-hourly as well.
But there might be some wobbly.
Well, the reason why we have a battery and that size battery is to ensure that it's smooth within the control system, which is plus or minus, as Dr. Hudler said yesterday, plus or minus 3% or something like that.
Okay, so we got capacity, energy, smooth the sawtooth, continuous flow of electricity, and then you also talk in your testimony about, you did some comparison to the 2010 extreme cold temperatures, and you said there'd be a de minimis effect on this project for the extreme cold, correct?
That's correct. And the reason for that is we have a lot of anemometers in the mountains there, and we collect it. Each anemometer is a weather station. We collect all the ambient conditions, so we have cold weather packages on each turbine to ensure that they'll be able to operate during cold weather.
And because this is a QF, you won't charge from the grid, right? You won't.
That's correct.
Okay, so I think I have 7 things here. Capacity, 33%, energy, smooth the wind, so no sawtooth, constant flow of electricity, no negative effect for cold temperatures, won't charge for the grid, and it can do all of this at avoided cost. Correct?
The costs that we presented in the testimony.
So Commissioner Johnson asked yesterday about the difference between a hybrid QF and a wind plus a battery, but this really isn't a hybrid. This is like a super duper QF, right?
I don't know what a super duper QF is. That's a new one for me. What I can say is that it's a hybrid, and what I did there, for the commissioners, I tried to explain in a simplified version how the battery works with the wind turbines. And the example I gave there was a bladder, just like the bladder in the body. So basically, the wind the wind blows, the turbines generate electricity. During the low load hours, what we do is fill the batteries, which is the bladder. During the high load hours, when the energy is needed, if the wind is blowing still, we schedule a certain amount, and as Hula said yesterday, our battery expert, there's going to be a whole lot of forecasting. Just like I said in the case 1, is a critical part of this. So you forecast. If the wind blows too hard, you don't want to exceed what you're forecasting for the hour, so you store it into the bladder, into the battery. If the wind goes down, you release from the bladder, the battery, and you continue and have a smooth output over the hour. So that's how it is. So the battery is not separate from the wind turbines. It's all part of the project. And as Hulas mentioned yesterday, it's a hybrid project. It's not separate things operating.
So back to my question about wobbly generation, you indicated that your project would address that on a sub-hourly basis.
Correct.
But you didn't provide any data or any analysis of these sub-hour periods, did you?
No, we did not, and Northwestern did not ask for it. Northwestern asked for minute-to-minute information, which we said we did not have. We had 10 minutes information. In fact, Northwestern asked for hourly information, which we provided.
You testified in the first, what I'll call Caithness 1, correct?
That's correct.
And the commission issued an order in that docket,
Correct.
and you had a legally enforceable obligation that you asserted in that docket, right?
I'm not a lawyer, but I think that's correct.
So What's happening now with that you had legally enforceable obligation. Are you complying with that obligation to provide power and energy?
I can tell you my understanding of legally enforceable obligation, and you can say whether it fits in. My understanding is a legal enforceable obligation is that you have all the pieces and you're ready to go. And what we have here, commissioners, we have an interconnect, and construction started on that. We have all the leases tied up, 20 years, with an option to extend up to 40 years. We have all the no-hazard determinations. We have turbines. Well, when you say we have turbines, we have an agreement to acquire turbines and also the batteries. We have an EPC contractor on board. So we provided a PPA to Northwestern Energy. My understanding, and I'm not a lawyer, is that that constitutes a legal enforceable obligation.
But isn't it true that in the last case, you told the commission you were ready to go, but then you withdrew your application after the commission issued the order?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that you're not willing to contractually commit to provide a specific amount of capacity for each project?
Let me just clarify one thing.
I've just asked the question about, are you willing to contractually commit to provide a specific capacity amount for each project?
Mr. Grant, I would just ask that you answer the question specifically, and I know you want to give a full explanation,
Okay.
but don't give a speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Can you rephrase that question, because I consider it a trick question? What we're willing to do is to live by the SPP methodology for producing or for providing capacity. So that's what we're willing to do.
So you're not willing to contractually commit to an amount of capacity?
Yes, whatever the SPP methodology and defines for that year, we're willing to live by that number.
Could you refer to your answer to PSC 14?
We're-
Bobby, could you bring PSC 14 up here? So on PSC 14, the witness says Grant as the first witness. Question A says, please explain whether CBC would agree to contractually commit to providing Northwestern a specific quantity of capacity for each project with penalties established in the event that one or both projects fail to deliver when called. Now look at A, it says no. And then you talk about the methodology. Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly, and can I explain?
No,
Yeah.
I'm ready to keep
No,
going
no,
on.
no.
So-
Because you're
No.
saying here when called means you're dispatched. This is not a dispatchable technology. That's what call means in the power system industry. We are not a dispatchable technology, so you cannot say to us, now you set your meter to 50 megawatts. That was my interpretation, and I clarify that now by saying we'll be willing to live by the SPP methodology.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. Let's look at your testimony on page 5. And let me help you. I can't remember if it was director. I think it's rebuttal testimony, page 5.
Yes. Is that one with table 3?
No, that's wrong. Hold on. Yes, it is. Okay, page 5.
Yes.
We're talking about Dr. Doris's response to PSC 26. You disagree with Dr. Doris using temperature from Billings and Bozeman instead of temperature from the CBC site, correct?
That's correct.
And could you refer to PSC 26? And that's the temperature data that we're referring to.
So what is the rebuttal?
What's that?
It is the rebuttal.
What?
We are
Yeah,
at
there
this
should be a
rebuttal.
second page, yeah.
I'm not sure.
So if
Ms.
you-
Hill, just to be, so we all understand, are we in the rebuttal testimony?
We're in Mr. Grant's rebuttal testimony, and we're talking about where he disputes Dr. Doris using temperature data from Billings and Bozeman, and I'm referring now to the response to PSC data request 26, and if you can flip to the third page, this is where Dr. Doris provided the Billings and Bozeman.
Page 8?
Yes,
Okay.
page 8 of that data response. It has the Billings and Bozeman temperatures. So, Mr. Grant, this is what you dispute Dr. Grant using. This is what you're talking about in your testimony.
Yes.
Okay.
And the reason is we have temperatures at the site, and that was provided to Northwestern in the files. So all Dr. Doris had to do was pull up that information at wind speed, temperatures, wind direction, all of that. So there was no need for him to go to several miles from the site. That was the point I'm making.
Right, and so that data that Caithness provided us was in response to Northwestern number 22, our PSC request to you. We asked you in Northwestern 22 for that data, and you provided it, correct?
Subject to check.
Okay. So you have a document that I put in front of you that has
Which document?
It has some orange lines on it, and commissioners and everyone, there should be a page in front of you that looks like a one-page document with some orange lines. So just for discussion purposes, Mr. Grant, let's assume that we have 6 columns in this exhibit I'm talking to you about. Column 4 is the Billings temperature, and column 5 is the Bozeman temperature. And subject to check, this is the same temperature that Dr. Doris provided in response to PSC 26, okay?
Okay.
You with me?
Okay.
And then the last column, column 6, is the CBC temperature that you provided in NW 22, subject to check. I understand you don't have all of that in front of you, but
Correct.
okay. And then the columns to the left are the dates and the time, and that's column 2. You have a rank and then a date time. Are you with me?
Correct.
So let's look at the first orange line, line 6. So Dr. Doris used the Billings temperature of -13 Fahrenheit, the Bozeman temperature of -18 Fahrenheit, but the CBC data set temperature is -1.84 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
So isn't that the point of your testimony, to show that there's a difference in temperature between the site and what Dr. Doris used?
My point was we had temperatures at the site. Correct.
So if you look at the difference between your site data has -1.84 degrees Fahrenheit, the Bozeman temperature is -18, so you're talking about a 19-degree difference between the site and Bozeman, correct?
There is a difference.
Yes. So let's go down to the next orange line, line 8. So if the site, the last column, the site temperature is minus 1.12 degrees Fahrenheit, but the site at Bozeman was minus 20 degrees, and the site in Billings was minus 12 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And so there's line 8, 9, just on, so let me point out some dates, because this is the 2010 dates that you're talking about in your testimony. On January 7th, 2010, at 10 o'clock, the CBC temperature was 1.76, the Bozeman temperature was minus 20, and the Billings temperature was minus 10, correct? So about a 15, 20 degree difference between those. And so that's the point of your testimony, to point out that difference. Correct?
There is a difference between the site, which I expect there to be a difference.
So that supports your testimony on page 3 of your rebuttal.
Page 3.
Yeah. Page 3 of your rebuttal, that this site wasn't impacted by the extreme cold in 2010 because it just didn't get that cold at the site, correct?
My testimony says that the low temperatures, because we have cold weather packages, the turbines would not have been curtailed. That's all I'm saying.
Right, because you have extra,
We have heaters.
you have heaters, so
Yes.
it just didn't.
Yes.
But it just didn't get that cold based on the data too.
That's it. And we had, let me see, we had a number of anemometers there. And this details on the temperature and any of the atmospherics there. I think it's best for you to direct them to Ron in Cross. But these are the temperatures that were recorded and telemetered into the server.
Okay. Let's talk about the PPA terms now.
Okay?
So
What page are you on?
it's in your rebuttal testimony, and you have an exhibit called DAG2. So if you flip through your testimony, and it's a chart in your testimony where you compare the different terms in the PPA.
Yes.
So let's go to that chart, page 2. And the first issue, the left column is security issues.
Yes.
So do you agree that the amount of security that you're going to provide for the project is based on the size of the project?
Yes.
So in the remarks section, you're saying that the security should be calculated based on 60 megawatts or 40 megawatts?
60 megawatts.
So if you used 80 megawatts to calculate security, the security would be bigger, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to,
But we have a 60 megawatt project, so that's why it's 2.4 million. Yes.
so if you can flip to page 3 of that exhibit, and you have, it's called the ANEA section.
Yes.
What's the function and purpose of that ANEA section?
Like most structures, PPA structures, is to ensure that the seller maintains a plant and produces what he says he's going to produce.
So it's about if the seller, meaning Caithness, delivers the right amount of ANEA.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But most jurisdictions, what they have is a sliding scale, not a step function.
Well, so, okay, you're talking about other jurisdictions, so you have some familiarity with other jurisdictions?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about network upgrades. Caithness has agreed to pay the $5.1 million in interconnection upgrades, right?
That's correct. We're making payments.
Right. And just to clarify, because I think there's some confusion on terminology, can we talk about this? Does this make sense? There's two types of network upgrades. There's interconnection network upgrades and transmission
Yes,
service?
yes. And maybe I should correct there. We have agreed to pay for the transmission LGI network, not network, but transmission upgrade, which is 5.16. Yes.
Well, I was thinking that you agreed to pay for the interconnection network upgrades, but not for the transmission service network upgrades.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So you talked, you've practiced in other jurisdictions. You talked about this a little bit at the last Caithness hearing. Do you remember when you acknowledged, when you were talking about network upgrades in the last hearing, that it's different in different jurisdictions regarding who pays for network upgrades?
It can vary.
Have you worked in other jurisdictions where the interconnection customer is not responsible for the interconnection network upgrades?
Yes.
Can you name that jurisdiction?
The Shepherd's Flat project in Oregon, 845 megawatts. That's a Caithness project in Arlington. And that's a $50 million interconnect. And that was, we fronted the funds, and then it was given back to us with interest over 5 years.
It's not a QF, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. Why should Caithness get to deduct the $1.5 million from cost of the interconnection upgrades that you talk about on page 13 of your testimony?
What page? Yes.
Page 13.
Of the testimony.
Yes,
Is that rebuttal?
I'm checking, 1 second. It's actually, yes, it's rebuttal. The bottom of page 13.
Okay. Page 13, the bottom.
Yes, of your rebuttal.
Repeat the question, please.
Why should Caithness get to deduct the $1.5 million from the interconnection network upgrade costs that you've agreed that you're going to pay?
Okay. My understanding in the last round was that the 1.5 was not included in the Gates, is it Gates?
Dave Gates.
Dave Gates generation. In coming up with the interconnection costs. And in fact, the commission in their order had that as a deduct. So all I was doing there is referencing precedent in the order, which was just less than a year before, where the commission said it should have been deducted if you look at that order, and we're saying do the same here.
Isn't that $1.5 million already included in the capacity calculation?
I don't know. Is it?
So, yes, so basically, you're just following what you understood the commission to say last time.
Yes, because it was not included.
So, do you have any understanding of the size of the Dave Gates generating station project we're talking about? Would you agree that it's 50 megawatts?
It is 50 megawatts.
But you're only asking for a 40 megawatt capacity contribution here, correct?
Yes.
So there's a 10 megawatt difference. It's not a one-for-one match, correct?
That's correct. However, one cannot look at it in such a simplistic fashion because the Dave Gates, one should actually look at the entire build out of the Dave Gates. Because we could, for example, some years be having a capacity contribution of a much higher number, 100 megawatts. So you should be looking at the average of the build out of the Dave Gates up to 120 megawatts. That is how most jurisdictions handle that.
So do you understand this or not? Because I
Understand
thought that you said you just went by the commission's order.
No, because you made the statement that it should be 10. I just wanted to show you that there's another side to it as well.
Okay. So we were talking earlier, and you wanted to clarify that this is not a dispatchable resource. Do you remember that?
Correct.
So how can you provide the services of spinning reserve and regulation if it doesn't respond to dispatch?
Because we'll have AGC on the batteries.
Can you say what AGC means?
Automatic governor control.
Okay. And that's based on information you get from Northwestern? Is that?
That's based on industry practice that's done in PJM and CAISO. California ISO.
Okay. Could you turn to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Okay, bear with me. I think we're going to have to do some Celsius and Fahrenheit conversions here. So, but just to help me understand, Table 1 on page DAG 3, the point of that table is to show that at certain degrees, when the temperature drops, the output of the facility doesn't drop significantly. It just drops incrementally from that 2,000.
Yes, there is a modest curtailment.
So let's pull up the orange piece of paper that we had when we were talking about the actual data at the site. So where is it that this one would be a good example? So let's look at line 8. Are you with me on this orange one?
Line 8, yes.
Yeah. So the CBC temperature is minus 1.12 degrees Fahrenheit. That's not, I'm trying to analogize your table on page 3 to this orange one. I'm trying to find. So on your table on page 3, the 15 degrees is 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Subject to check, on page 3 of your testimony, table 1, negative 15 degrees Celsius is roughly 5 degrees Fahrenheit, correct? Subject to check.
Subject to check.
Okay, so then let's go to the orange page. The closest one I can find around 5 degrees Fahrenheit would be, I don't think this is working.
This is below 5. Therefore, this should not be at max.
So then let's look at line 8.
Yes.
Negative 1.12 degrees Fahrenheit. That's below 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Correct?
Okay.
look in column 3. It's 120 megawatts. That's the maximum output, correct?
Yes.
So when the temperature went down to -1 degrees Fahrenheit, the facility could still operate at maximum output of 120 megawatts.
What I'll say is this, and you need to ask Ron on the redirect. However, you have 48 turbines at the site. And this is a site over, I would think, about 10,000 acres, maybe 12,000 acres. So there are going to be different temperatures all over the site. So to just pick a point and say, this is it, because I think this is all in the analytics, what is the temperature distribution across the site and how this all balances out. But I'd ask you to redirect this to Ron.
Okay. Let's move on to page 8 of your rebuttal testimony.
Page 8. Yes.
I might have to go to direct, hold on. Okay, bottom of page 8, the question is how much should CBC pay for ancillary services? Top of page 9, you give a list of some PPAs. Is the purpose of this testimony to say that you want to self-provide just like Northwestern agreed to in these PPAs?
Essentially, yes. We should have the option, yes.
Okay. So in front of you, I have some excerpts of those PPAs which were provided in response to a data request. So if you could look at those.
And could you identify the data request?
So in response to CBC7, we provided you some copies of PPAs.
Okay.
So to make it easy, so you don't have to flip through all of the PPAs, I pulled some of the pages out of them. So subject to check, let's walk through these PPAs that, subject to check, they're the same PPAs as from CBC7. The first one is Greenfield. Are you with me?
Yes. Yes.
If you could turn to the second page, section 5.5.5, Integration and Regulation Services. It says seller may elect to provide integration, regulation, and all other required ancillary services by providing written notice of such election prior to the in-service date, and then integration regulation services provided by the seller must, 1, commence on the in-service date, 2, be approved by Northwestern separate transmission function. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
So are you willing to agree to this contract language where it has to be approved by Northwestern separate transmission
And my
function?
testimony also said that we're willing to do that and be tested, yes.
So are you willing, what are you willing to pay during that testing period?
I'm willing to pay, again, there's precedent here. On the first case, we know what the tariff was, and we're willing to pay what that tariff said on the first case.
In this case, are you willing to pay the OAT tariff rate for integration and ancillary services until you get self-supply approved by Northwestern?
We're willing to pay the OAT that was in existence, not the one that's being disputed now. That was in existence under the first Caithness case.
So you're willing to follow the rates in the OAT?
Not the one under dispute now before, the one that's being under dispute. We're willing to pay the one that was in effect during the original Caithness case a few months back.
And you'll agree to Northwestern testing the system
We-
before you can self-provide?
We will agree, yes, to testing, but let me just step back. One, we would need to have a protocol specifications that we would need to build to. So Northwestern Transmission would say, this is what the box should look like, and we would build to that. And then we would, I just wanted to make certain that we would build to that. At the end of that period, we'd have an independent party that would ensure that we build to specs. We would test we'd have a period, set period, say, okay, a month or 3 weeks, whatever it is, would operate during that period. The independent party would, third party, of course, would then sign off. And if we pass those tests, we self-provide.
So you're not willing to follow Northwestern's regular procedures for any other generation procedure, any other generation project?
I don't know what your regular procedure is, but one thing that is, especially in a situation where you have storage, which is new to Northwestern, I cannot spend $550, $600 million and then just on a prayer say that Northwestern is going to approve it. The prudent way is to have a set of specifications that we know what we are going to be building the facility to meet, and then retest. I think that is how it's done.
Can you commit to providing the ancillary services that you say you're going to provide?
Yes.
Are you willing to accept the OAT rates that FERC approves in the final approval of the current case?
Well, if it's approved, that's your rate. However, if it's not approved, then let me explain. Part of the problem is when you go for project financing, lenders they want to see what the fixed number is. What is the cost? It can't be a variable cost. It can be anything. And that's the problem. And if we go back on the QF rules, the purple rules, you want to ensure the QF wants to ensure that they know what their price is so they can get financing.
Isn't PURPA limited to the avoided cost of energy and the avoided cost of capacity?
Yeah,
Okay.
and it can't be variable.
What? I'm sorry.
Variable can be.
I didn't understand.
No, in other words, just like what we're negotiating here is to have a fixed price.
No, I didn't understand the word you said.
Variable.
Variable. Okay.
Variable.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Can I give you these?
Thank you, Ms. Hill. And Mr. Brown, any questions from MCC?
No questions, thank you.
And Mr. Regala, questions from PSC staff? Excuse me.
Thank you, Chairman Koopman. Welcome, Mr. Grant.
Thank you.
I've got quite a few questions. I'm going to appreciate your patience and help me understand a variety of different topics. I'm just going to follow up on ancillary services line of questioning that Ms. Hill was discussing with you. So it's your representation that you'd be willing to pay the currently existing, or sorry, I guess it's not currently existing. You'd be willing to pay the OAT tariff pre-interim order in the FERC rate case, correct?
During the testing period.
During the testing period?
Yes.
Okay. And you would not be willing to pay the current interim OAT tariff, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you provide some gloss on what you don't like with the current interim OAT tariff? Specifically, what schedules are unacceptable to you, whether it's 3 and 11 or 3, 5, 6 and 11, or can you provide some gloss there?
Well, in two fronts. One, I think the rates are very high and discriminatory. I'm not a rate specialist, but having worked in utilities, and this, my understanding, is what a lot of the issues are now, is the cross-subsidy within the rate structure. And also that Northwestern is looking in the rearview mirror instead of looking forward. For example, Northwestern says it's going to join the EIM. And the EIM has certain rules. For example, transmission is not a charge, no pancaking charges for transmission. It's 15-minute scheduling, not an hour scheduling. So I see that the rates that are there now, the interim rates, are going to be rejected. If there can't be a settlement when it goes to FERC as the arbiter, there's going to be a lot of pushback. And as I said before, we've got to finance the project. And the lenders, they're going to be looking at these rates and say, if I just look at what was sent to us, this is almost $4 million a year. That's it.
And I understand the concern with the interim rates and your concern about the higher ancillary services charge. But I want to shift topic just a little bit. And you stated that you'd be fine with Northwestern Transmission certifying that Caithness is able to self-supply. Is that correct?
Well, yes, correct.
And your testimony was that that process, though, had to be slightly different from Northwestern's current process because of the unique nature of the battery plus wind storage.
Correct.
Do you have any idea how some sort of third-party validation or some sort of sideboards could be put on that Northwestern transmission decision to determine whether CBC can self-certify? Or should that be something for briefing after the hearing?
No, we'd like all of that to be handled now because given the history with Northwestern, that's going to take forever. And I've got to get this project financed. So I've got to leave here once we have the order with a PPA that all we've got to do is put the prices in and then I can take it to the lenders. But to be more specific with your question, this isn't rocket science. Northwestern is going to say things like, we need AGC. The AGC is supposed to, and I'm not a transmission or control expert. Ulas is a much better person here. But they would set, for example, what sort of communication channels, what sort of protocol that we build within our facility so that the interface is right with Northwestern. And these are things that we've got to spend the capital up front. You can't wait until after the Northwestern say, no, mass, this doesn't work. So those are the things. Now, once we build to that, they have a spec, just like we build in a house, and you say, okay, I want red paint, and I want 4 sockets, this 1 kitchen, 4 bathrooms, the same thing. So an independent person can walk in and say, yep, it was done. Now let us operate the plant and see if it works. That's how it's being done, and I'm working right now. One of my projects is in Guernsey, Ohio, where there's a similar issue, and AEP wanted to decide on the answer after the fact. We went to FERC, and FERC said, no, you gotta give the people, the applicant, and this is a big project, not a QF, applicant the specs up front so they can build to the spec. That's only fair.
So would a date certain by which Northwestern would reasonably need to make a decision provide you enough certainty on that issue?
Yes, because one of the things is, if we just look at the timeline, is that immediately we get a decision, we would then order the equipment. So we would need maybe within a very short period, maybe a month or two, they say this is what the protocol would look like so that we can build to that. You can't put things on after the fact because then it becomes very expensive.
Thank you. I just note that the commission has some questions surrounding how to deal with the ancillary services issues, given that Northwestern is currently in a rate case, currently has an interim order, does not have the previous OAT rates in effect, and we might be requesting some legal briefing on this after the close of this hearing to inform our decision. Because I just want to re-ask this question. It's because you're more concerned with managerial and operational decisions that you can't testify here today about what with FERC Schedules 3 and 11 are unacceptable. Is that correct?
That's correct. 3 is Inc. 3 is Inc.
We're getting a shake head.
Which is 3?
Well, all right. So that answers the question.
Yeah.
The fact that you don't know Schedule 3 answers the question. So we're requiring, and that's fine.
Mr. Regalo, there may be another witness here who can answer that question. But I believe the concern generally is with all 4 schedules.
Yes.
One last question on ancillary services. Has Caithness provided a generation profile to Northwestern or Ascend Analytics for the purpose of calculating an avoided energy cost based on the assumption that you would self-supply ancillary services?
Well, we've always said to Northwestern we're going to self-provide. And in the first case, the order said that we could self-provide for 2 of those services. And we provided quite a bit of information. I don't know if they need, it's just up to them to say what they need. But we provided information on the turbines because that was required for the interconnect. We provided information on the storage because that was also required for the interconnect.
So it's safe to assume that your generation profiles all assumed that you'd be self-supplying ancillary
That's
services.
correct. In fact, Hulas testified to that yesterday, that the storage would be bifurcated where a certain 3.6 megawatts would be dedicated to spin and non-spin, and the rest would be dedicated to the Inc.
And that those avoided energy costs would include your total 33.6 megawatts of ancillary services that you identified in your testimony. Subject to
Correct.
check. Okay.
Correct.
All right, done with ancillary services. Let's move on to PPA terms and conditions.
Excuse me one second before we move on. You said in my testimony 36 point. Can you show me what page that is?
Pre-filed rebuttal at page 8.
Page 8? brief or rebuttal? Okay, this is why I wanted to. What I said here was Mr. Stimets. He, in his testimony on behalf of Northwestern, looked at a 25% of nameplate for ink. And I was merely saying there that we don't agree with it, but let's assume he's correct. The batches will be large enough. Now, again, we go back to what? The commission precedent. The commission precedent under the Caithness 1 was 6% of nameplate, which is a much lower number. On the Grizzly project, it was 6%, and that's a wind only. If we have storage, definitely it's going to be less than 6% because we have storage. That's assuming you said we couldn't self-provide.
And so, so assuming the ink calculation would then not be this 25%, it would be your 6%. So then this table would be adjusted, but
If you go to page 6,
yeah.
it's right there.
Nice. And these requirements on page 6 are what are included in your generation profile to Northwestern and Ascend for avoided energy costs, correct?
What's included is, again, we bifurcate. So the first 3.6 is held for spin and non-spin. The remainder, so 3.6 from 40, which is 36.4, is for the remainder.
And those ancillary services were assumed to be self-supplied.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Correct. Thank you.
All right. Now
Just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, and that's helpful because I was referring to the wrong table, so you clarified me there. Moving to PPA terms and conditions.
Yes.
Staff has not had the time, staff has not made the time to go through the updated PPA submitted October 15th of last week. It's our understanding that you're looking for PSC approval of the PPA. And are you aware of the commission having done that in the past? Because I'm new to these proceedings, but I might direct.
Yeah, it happened in the Great Cliff proceeding.
Okay. And I'll just note that it would likely be very difficult for the PSC to identify terms that are in conflict of this new PPA unilaterally without having input from Northwestern and Caithness. So I think this will.
Might I go off the record for a second, Mr. Chairman? I don't want to testify.
Yes, you're off the record.
Okay, so the way we handled this in Great Cliff, because the same thing came up. Okay, we disagreed about various terms, and so we dealt with it in our post-hearing briefing, and we explained our rationale. Many of them in that case were legal. I'm not sure that they are here. There may be more commercial concerns. But what I would suggest is that, and I think that to her credit, Ms. Hill has in the past offered to get together with us and try to work some of those issues out. I mean, I don't know that we're really that far apart on some of these issues, and to the extent we can eliminate some of those for commission consideration, I think it would smooth the process a great deal. And so, that would be my proposal if Ms. Hill is still willing to do that.
May I
We're still off the record. Go ahead.
First of all, I hope that as far as what happened in Great Cliff, we can just go back and see the facts of what happened in Great Cliff. In terms of Northwestern is not in a negotiating position at the last minute with this on PPA terms. what I wanted to clarify with was, what is the commission looking at? Because Caithness filed 2 PPAs with their application, one for each project, and then they did a red line of another PPA, and then, just, there's like 7 PPAs in here. So that's where I was trying to work with Caithness to say, what are we even talking about? And I think that's the purpose of them admitting a PPA with Mr. Grant's testimony today. So,
I think that's accurate. I mean, I'm not misrepresenting what happened in Great Cliff, okay? It was all resolved. I think, Chairman, I think you were here for that case, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
So there we had a number of contract disputes, and we dealt with it in briefing, both prior to the original order and on reconsideration. I think I can speak for my client and say that it should be done with all deliberate speed, regardless of how it's done.
Okay, if we're done with that colloquy, we'll go back on the record.
Given our last off-the-record discussion, Mr. Grant, I don't have further questions on the PPA, and I will just, I guess, work with parties on post-hearing briefing on some of the concerns the commission has. I believe that would be appropriate, but over the course of this proceeding, if parties have concerns with that approach, please let me know. So I'll shift from the PPA to a discussion of capacity. This is just a general terminology question to start off. What is black start capacity?
Black start is the places in darkness, and you need power to start the units. So the benefit of a battery is that it has power, so you can put power into the grid and assist Northwestern to re-energize.
Okay, thank you. I never heard that term before, so that was helpful. Can we turn to page 13 of your rebuttal testimony?
1-3.
1-3.
Yes.
And so I just want to confirm that the first year proxy capacity value, and I'm using word proxy generally, is 40.33 megawatts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's combined capacity
Correct.
between the two projects. And you are requesting compensation of that proxy capacity paid through a rate on peak deliveries or through monthly or quarterly installments.
Monthly. We agree with Northwestern that it should be $1 per kilowatt month.
Monthly.
Yes.
And if you in fact exceed that proxy or you fall below that proxy, there's no true up at the end of the year, correct?
If we don't deliver that proxy amount, there will be a payment to Northwestern. If we exceed, then, and this will continue through the rolling average through year 5. At year 5, going to year 6, you'd have had 5 years of data. So then you would kick into the full-blown SPP methodology then.
And that was kind of surprising to me. If you don't deliver that proxy amount, then you will make Northwestern whole through the letter of credit or,
That's correct.
yeah, okay.
Because-
And that continues not just from the full proxy year, but in the glide path to the full SPP methodology for every year that you're fractionally under your.
For 5 years.
Yeah, okay.
For 5 years. We heard the commissioners the last time. We had offered that, and we didn't want a situation where the ratepayers would be harmed.
Sure. Have you provided any Excel files in this docket to support that 40.33 megawatt proxy value?
Yes, I think, and if you look, you'll see that there's a table in my pre-file where you had 3 years, 2010, 17, and 18. Yes.
And that 3-year information, did that include Northwestern's historical load information?
Correct, because we got the Northwestern in data requests, we got the Northwestern loads.
And did that include your historical weather data as well?
It was the annual generation, hybrid generation for those 3 years, so it would be for 2010, 2017, and 2018. So the weather is included in that.
And then, so you've got Northwestern's historical load data, you've got weather information, and then I think I heard you say you had optimized system information that generated your capacity from that. Is that correct?
What do you mean? I didn't use the word optimize, so I'm not certain what you're meaning there.
Your capacity value was not just measuring the wind output, but it was also measuring the wind plus battery output.
Correct.
Okay.
So we provided this, so the hybrid output, and it was provided in a file, but then you could re-simulate that by using the Metcalf. There is a model that was on the protective order that could be used to re-simulate that.
And just so I'm clear, it's not just a simple calculation between how much juice you got in the battery and how much the wind turbines are generating, but it's also utilizing your machine learning and your functionality with the battery to optimize.
Yes.
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 So then would it be fair to say that this capacity contribution would represent a historically optimized capacity contribution?
One could say that.
Yeah.
Yes, because what's being done there is exactly what would happen in the real world.
Okay. And so assuming that this 40.33 megawatt proxy capacity is a historically optimized capacity value, do we have anything that is not optimized so we can basically pinpoint what the difference would be between a battery technology with a smart dispatcher and just a wind project and a battery project?
No. But again, we keep going on this path of looking at this project as a wind standalone and a battery standalone, and it's not. It's a hybrid. Now, one could, if just bear with me here, if that's what you're saying you wanted to do, we got 40 megawatts, and if you're using Northwestern's thoughts, saying 5% is what assigned to wind, then 5% of 120 is 6 megawatts, 6 from 40, 34. That is what the batteries are actually contributing. It's very, very rough. But one could look at it from that perspective.
And I think we could reverse engineer something similar to that. But just to restate, 40.33 is basically your best guess of what the battery could optimize based on actual historic Northwestern load data and actual historic weather data, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Uda, object when necessary.
I like that you're anticipating it now.
Yeah. So, Mr. Grant, were you here for the discussion with Dr. Siegel yesterday regarding the Excel table from PSC 13?
Yes.
I have not found the capacity Excel that you noted is in the record. Is that this file or is that a different file?
I will have to let me just wait, 1 second.
Do you, Mr. Grant, do you have that in front of you?
No, I don't, sir.
And instead of taking folks' time on this one, I think my questions will go past lunch so we can address this one with the attorneys.
I can just point you to one on page 12 of my rebuttal testimony. You see the number there, 92.13? Good. And if we were to flip back and you look at, thank you. If you were to flip back and look at, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this question. If you were to flip back, go to table 3. That's page 5. Rebuttal testimony 2. You see there in 13 going across, 92.13. So that's the methodology. If you can, that's how those numbers came about. So that's, you have at least one there.
Awesome.
Good.
I want more of this. I have no idea where this is.
It's in there. That's right there before you.
No, correct. I know this excerpt is here, but I want the Excel file that informed the rest of the calculations, and I can't find that.
Okay, we will seek that.
One last question on
Mr. Chairman, I need clarification of just what happened with the I want.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Caithness has the burden of proof in this case. The record is developed. I think the commission can make a decision on the record. We've had a lot of discovery and a lot of testimony.
Mr. Rubigala, could you explain a little bit further what you
Chairman,
mean?
might I be heard?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, just as a legal matter, I'm not sure about the burden of proof. I'll just be honest about that. But even assuming that's the case, it has historically been the commission practice at these proceedings to request late filed data requests from people before the record closes. And as long as those late hearing provides are provided to everyone and everyone can challenge the authenticity of it, then I think it's fine. But the other thing that I would say is I don't even know at this point, without the witness having any sort of notice about this, that he knows right now where that information is in the record. It may actually already be there. So I don't know.
Mr. Rubigala?
Chairman Coop, and here's what I would recommend. Mr. Grant testified that the information is in the record. And so my initial question was that I'd like to see that. And then the second question, if it's not in the record, would be a post-hearing provide. And I haven't asked for that yet, so I think we can cross that bridge once we get there. But we'll break here for lunch in a little bit, and then we can address that after the fact.
Sure.
Works for me.
Oh, just to clarify, I don't know if we need to be on the record for this. Maybe we can just talk about it during the break. I was just curious about, there's this table, and I assume that there's other information like this that you want. Is that generally right?
Well, it looks like this is a quasi SPP 63 method to derive the 2010 capacity proxy. Well, in order to get the aggregate 40.33,
You need 2017 and 2018
Yeah,
is what you
yeah,
need.
yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Kuhlman, I can ask one more line of questions, and if you think that's a good time to break for lunch.
I agree. Go ahead.
Mr. Grant, I just want to talk about SPP methodology generally. It's my understanding that you took the commission's directive to heart, and you applied the SPP 63 method. And let me just restate to you what I think your method applied. You found the highest peak load month in 2010, 17, and 18, correct?
Correct.
And then you filtered the load values for that month to derive the top 3% of load hours for that load month, correct?
Correct. 22.
22 hours.
22
And then you sorted those load hours from greatest load to lowest load, correct?
Not the load.
Sorry, your production.
Production,
in
correct.
that hour.
Yes.
And then you found the 40th percentile or the 60th or the 60% exceedance of what production was in that hour.
So if you start from top, that would be 13.
Yes, it would be that
13th,
13th. Yeah. Now
correct.
that's at the 60th exceedance.
Correct.
You did that for 2010, 17, and 18, correct?
Correct.
And then you took an average of those 3 years to derive the 40.33, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Curious, why didn't you take the 3 years, sort the whole thing based on the production of Caithness, as opposed to disaggregating them into 10, 17, and 18?
Very simple. When we started this process 3 years ago, that was the methodology that Lefebvre, we all started with. In fact, we wanted to have 3 years, he wanted 5 years, and now we've agreed, given what Northwestern put on the table, to 5 years. Because again, we just think we needed to, someone had to give, but that was the method.
Okay. And
So basically, what we were looking at here is you're looking at the SPP methodology for each of those years.
that's it on SPP methodology. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Commissioner Kuhlman, I think it's a good time to take a break from my perspective.
Are you
Questions.
going to be finished with me? Are you going to be finished? Oh, we'll start.
Well,
We'll start.
yeah, we'll reconvene. We're off the record now. We'll reconvene at 1:15. Thank you. Yeah, it couldn't have been better.
I'm sorry to keep you here. I didn't know you-
We are back on the record. And, okay, and when we left off this morning, or this noon, I should say, staffer Zach Rogala was in the midst of questioning Mr. Grant, and so if you're ready to continue with that, Mr. Rogala?
Thank you, Commissioner Koopman. Welcome back, Mr. Grant.
Thank you.
I just want to talk a bit about the mechanism to the mechanism to pay Caithness for capacity for a second.
Yes.
So I'm on page 12 of your rebuttal testimony.
I'm there.
And you testified earlier that the 40.33 proxy, for the first year, if Caithness hits the money and gets above provides above 40 megawatts of capacity, that you don't receive any additional funds for that first year, correct?
If we exceed 40.33, we would get extra funds.
For that first year?
Yes. If we produce less than 40.33, we would give back money.
So year one, you hit 50. There would be a true up at the end of that year based on the difference between 50 and 40. Whatever.
Correct.
Okay, and then below 40 would be subject to the letter of credit.
Correct. And we'd pay. If we don't pay, then you can pull the letter of credit.
Okay.
Yes.
If you weren't allowed an overpayment, or an additional payment for anything over 40, would you believe that to be unfair to Caithness, or would you be fine with, or is the bargain here that you commit to a certain figure at 40 because that provides certainty for your financiers, and you would forego the opportunity for payment over 40?
The methodology that we have here is that 40, that initial year, continues through 5 years. So if we generated more than 40, it would actually be a subsidy to the ratepayers of Montana. If we generate less than 40, the ratepayers would be subsidizing us. So to be fair, to be equitable, we said, let's keep that number neutral by truing up.
So then would you get that true up for overpayment basically every year that you have that proxy until you've basically done away with the proxy and then you're just...
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Every year you hit the money over proxy, you get a true up, boom, boom, boom. And then every year you're below the capacity value, it'd be subject to a letter of credit.
Correct.
Okay.
So the letter of credit would be outstanding for 5 years. Correct. And if it's pulled on, then we'd need to top it up. Yes.
Should there be any floor to what you would be subject to make ratepayers whole? Say you come in at 4 megawatts of capacity. Should there be a floor there?
Exactly what do you mean?
So say you come in at 4 megawatts year one. That would make you liable for 35.77 megawatts of capacity, and that would be based on have to be provided by your letter of credit. Do you think there should be some sort of floor to how low Caithness should be responsible for? Or should Caithness be responsible all the way down to making folks whole if you have 0 megawatts of capacity?
Initially, in the last round, we said that there should be a floor and it should be the 5%. We're silent here. But now that you have introduced that, I agree.
I was going there, but you just went there, so that's helpful. Would it seem unfair to you if there was no floor compared to a wind-only project, which has a 5% floor? Why should Caithness have no floor? Or would it be unfair for Caithness not to have a floor, but a wind-only project to have a 5% floor?
That's kind of my reasoning too, that the floor would be, and in the first round, we had suggested the floor. So, thanks for that.
And so you're suggesting that anything greater than 40, you true up because you want it to basically be a measure and pay approach where you get paid for the capacity you deliver. And if you don't hit 40, then your letter of credit comes in. But I'm curious, would you rather prefer just measure and pay for the capacity you deliver, such that the proxy isn't really a proxy? You just set a 5% floor, and then you get that measure and pay of what you actually deliver and smoothed out over certain years. So that way you don't have to deal with a letter of credit in the first place.
The first round, that's how we had structured it, that it would be, you have a letter of credit, and we have a number, and if we, just as you outlined, this round, Northwestern came up with this approach, and to kind of eliminate differences, we say, okay, we'll just go along with their 5-year rolling average. So it was more us trying to get to a deal, have less differences. But initially, that's how we had structured it.
So I'm curious, would you prefer a measure and pay approach without a proxy and some sort subject to some sort of averaging there so you don't have large spikes year to year?
That's another thing that we had said the first time.
Yeah.
So what we do is just average, and that's how the rolling average came about. So in other words, for each year, you do the SPP methodology, and then you have a rolling average. Yes.
Would you prefer that approach, or would you prefer a proxy with a letter of credit approach where you make
The rolling average is a better approach for us because it smooths out the bumps in the road.
Okay. Even if, say, you hit 7 megawatts for 5 years, and that would be, your capacity payment, right? You'd subject yourself to that as opposed to a letter of credit approach at 40 megawatts. Because if you're in the money, then, you could get up to 50 or 60 megawatts. But sorry, that was a compound question. Sorry.
Well, it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, if we have to give back the money, it's what it is because it's a measure and pay. So it doesn't really matter.
Okay, thankfully I'm going to be done with SPP and methodology questions. I want to shift to letter of credit generally.
Yes.
I don't understand how it would work in practice. Say we retain a proxy value of 40. You come in at 30. How does that process work to make Northwestern and customers whole?
If we have a floor, as you said, which is 5%, which would be 6 megawatts, we'd put up a letter of credit then if the proxy is 40, 36 times whatever the rate is. What those millions of dollars of it would be in the letter of credit.
And how do you call on that letter of credit?
Well, just like how do we call on the letter of credit? If we don't perform, it's all written in there. I mean, and so you just draw on it if we don't perform to the tune. Similarly, right now we have a similar structure on the LGIA, and Autumn Muller, if we don't pay, she can just draw the letter of credit. So that has been something that Northwestern has been accustomed to. That's not an issue there.
And when you say there's not an issue, this doesn't present a concern for the commission to make a ruling on some sort of dispute resolution of the letter of credit? You think this is more of a standard practice? Which
Yeah, this is standard in industry. You get letter of credit is money. You just with the institution holding the letter of credit, you just send the documents in and say, hey, that's it.
Okay.
Send me my money.
Okay, that's helpful. You might not be the witness for this, but direct me elsewhere. This deals with resource stack, and I know there's some discussion about whether Grizzly Wind and Black Bear should be included in that resource stack.
I think on the redirect, you should ask Keith Durant.
Duran, okay. Thanks for your patience. Sorry, I'm just going through stuff here. All right, this is a lot quicker than I thought. I just have one last line of questions. Mr. Grant, this deals with Caithness's response to PSC 17, and they were the Northwestern exhibits submitted yesterday. Are you familiar with this Excel file?
Can you show it to me, please?
Yeah, if we could, that would be helpful. And this was the demonstrative exhibit that Dr. Siegel and Northwestern had a colloquy about yesterday.
This has to do with battery operations. Council?
This is the,
It has to do with battery operations.
The power firming results
Yes.
submitted by Caithness, yes.
And that this is something that Hulas should handle on the redirect.
Okay.
Yes.
You testified earlier on, so I know you just directed me to Dr. Siegel, but I'm going to try and come at this from another direction. You testified earlier that in your capacity proxy estimate, that it was essentially a historically optimized figure. And what that meant was that you were utilizing a hybrid controller and a dispatch optimizer to basically put the system in the money. Is that correct from your testimony from earlier?
I don't like the term "in the money."
Okay.
What I'd prefer saying that we have certain operating parameters which we have to schedule the power and maintain that power schedule over the hour within a certain bandwidth. That's I prefer to say.
And would that process involve both a dispatch optimizer and a separate process, a hybrid controller?
My understanding is yes, but that's a very detailed thing in the design and the architecture of the controllers, and that's something better put before Hulas,
Okay.
Dr. Siegel.
Did Dr. Siegel provide you with any assistance in the avoided capacity calculation?
No. In fact, all the calculations were done by ASEN, and with the instructions that they should use the latest approved methodologies. And those methodologies were codified in the first case.
Okay.
So all we did was sign the contract, say go do it, and we got the results.
And in your understanding, is there any intra-hour information in the record to support your capacity contribution analysis, or is it all hourly information? Do we have sub-hourly information?
The sub-hourly information exists because the information is gathered every 10 minutes. However, because we're doing a hourly schedule, all the analysis was done hourly.
Do you have the sub-hourly information, or is that Northwestern's information? I just don't know who has that information.
That was gathered by us,
Okay.
and no one asked for it, so
Okay. You know what, Mr. Grant, for right now, that's the extent of my questions, but Chairman Koopman, I'd like the opportunity to confer with regulatory before we close questions. So I can wait till after. I think we can go to commissioner questions now, and I can break to meet with regulatory and then come back. And then if there's any questions, I'd like the opportunity to revisit after commissioner questions.
Yeah, originally you thought you'd be about an hour on this, and you're actually only 20 minutes, something like that. So, okay, you can yield back the balance of your time at this time, but I'll provide an opportunity before the questioning is done, before we go to re-examination. So, okay. Well, at this point, we'll turn to Commissioner O'Donnell and ask him for questions he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On your rebuttal testimony, page 3, there's a temperature chart, and minus 30 centigrade. I meant to look that up on my phone. What is that in Fahrenheit? Can somebody Google that real quick? Here's you talked about the cold weather package.
Yes.
It's when the turbines by themselves have a certain lower threshold. I think it's like minus 27 degrees Fahrenheit. That's what I'm told, or somewhere in that area, that they don't operate anymore. What is the bottom? What is the threshold for the cold weather package? How far down will it continue to operate?
Ooh. I would have to get back with you on that one.
Okay. Because in Montana, it does sometimes get down really low. I want to thank Ms. Hill for this chart right here showing the different temperatures, because it substantiates that climate in Billings is much better than climate in Bozeman. And it has to do with the quality of people, I think, who live there. Anyway.
You are out of order.
Why are you taking it personally?
By the way, I'm surprised that you couldn't figure out the conversion of centigrade to Fahrenheit just in your head.
And what is the answer?
It's 42.739. I totally made
Minus
that up.
turns into positive?
All right.
That's a wonderful
Let's get back to being serious.
alchemeric? Is that something like that? Yeah. So let me see. This might be very elemental, but in this right here, this sheet, the other one that you have that you put in front of you right there. So I'm looking at this, and it says, okay, you actually, like at the, let's see, go down here to, anywhere down in the middle right here, the line 12. Okay, so you're scheduled to put 25. Let's see, you actually, the battery puts out 0.8 on here, but the 22.2.
Which sheet are you looking at?
It's the. Did you not have? There's these two sheets. I assume both of them were given to you at the same time. The one without the bars.
Oh,
Without the bars. Yes, there we go. So, let's just line 10 right there. Okay. Shows that you promised 29.7, and you sent in 30 from the battery right there. 33.3 is what you actually delivered to Northwestern. And it probably seems very obvious to everyone else, but when you say that you are producing a certain, like 33.3, is that the actual production from the windmill will go up and down. The 33.3 is what you are able to produce level for that. That's firm for that entire hour.
that is,
33.3 for that whole hour.
yes.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
that's that was understood, but I circled the word firm. I didn't know what you meant on that. Also, in your testimony, on page 7, I'm just confused about these numbers right here. You have the beginning of life BOL capability. As I recall from Caithness 1, that there, I think it was indicated there were going to be more batteries than 40 megawatts, 410s. Because of the degradation, there'd always be 40. There'd be some extras along in there. Okay.
And you're correct.
Yeah.
Good memory.
Thank you.
If you notice here, what we are obligated to produce
Yes.
or to maintain is 40.
Yeah.
So we start at a higher number, and then it will slowly, at the rate of 2.5 to 3.5%.
Yeah.
And then before it gets to 40, they'll repower and move it back up. So you'll never get below that 40.
Right. But the third line from the bottom of page 7, capacity will be up to 55 megawatt hours for each project. And GE, where's the 55 come in?
There
It
is.
says, in the case of the storage system, the BOL capacity will be up 55 megawatts.
There was a discovery request asking what the big enough life number was. Or
That's
would
for
be.
the whole system
For
there.
each.
The
for
hybrid
each-
system.
Yes, for the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just,
If I just step back, we'll start out, you have the hybrid system, which consists of the wind turbines, and then you have the battery storage. We need to have 20 megawatts over 2 hours. So that's 40 megawatt hours. Because you have a decline over time, you can't start at 40. You've got to start at a higher number. That number is 55. That was asked a discovery request, which we stated it would start at 55. And then you would start declining. But before you get to 40, you then bring it back up to 55 to ensure that you never fall below 40.
so what you're saying is that you're going to start off with batteries producing 55 megawatts.
Well, we have reserve. We have the reserve.
Yes, right.
Yes.
On the, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's the extent of my questions and observations about climate.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Pinocci, questions from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk a little bit about, you get the equipment out there to measure the wind and the temperature at these sites, and you turn it over to Northwest Energy, but they use temperature from a different location when they're figuring their numbers. Do I understand that right in earlier testimony?
What really happened here is that I think Dr. Doris, he said it was very cold, and at those temperatures, there should be a larger curtailment on the output of the plant. So he went and he picked up numbers from 2 sites and said, see what the temperatures were. How can you be operating at that output when your curves say you should be lower? In rebuttal to that, we said the temperatures at the site were much higher than at those 2 sites that he used, those 2 locations, Bozeman and whichever the other point was. So that was the degree of disagreement.
Was he provided the numbers from you
Yes.
from before he did this? Do you think he did it on purpose? Why in the world wouldn't they use the temperatures from the location that you had?
It was provided, and all I can say is that maybe he just missed it. I don't know. But it was in the files there.
But your warmer temperatures do give you an advantage on the power you can produce because
Well-
warmer temperatures produce more power.
Well, the way I would put it is, whatever the temperature is, the turbines would adjust for that, and then that day we just did the analysis and say, hey, it's not great. It's not as material as you might think. That's it.
Okay. No more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Chairman Johnson, questions from you.
But you asked a question yesterday, and I always listen to you and make certain and the question you asked is, it was guarantees. These projects have a full FSA full service agreement with GE for both the turbines as well as for the batteries over the life of the contract.
Sure.
Yeah, it sounded like that was what I understood. So to save time, I didn't ask the question because it looks like it was answered. But if it hadn't been, I sure would have asked that.
Just want to make
Yeah,
certain.
it sounded like everything will be under warranty. So,
Yes.
And that's good news.
Thank you.
Chairman Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Grant. Good to see
Yes,
you
sir.
again. Looking back at this past winter, we had a situation here in Montana with an extended period of 25-ish below 0 Fahrenheit. At the same time, we were seeing a series of record peaks. At that point, through much of that, the wind resources on Northwestern's portfolio, some 318, I think I'm right on that number, megawatts, was producing about 3 megawatts to meet peak. So less than 1% of the resource that was in the portfolio. You've mentioned the cold weather package, I think you've called it, that you're incorporating in the design of this project. How cold, and I understand that there are two factors in this extreme cold that can impact capacity generation. One is just the mechanics can get so cold that the doggone things can't spin. So I assume your cold weather package would address some of that. How cold can it get, and assuming there's wind, still generate electricity?
It's in my, I don't have the numbers off the tip of my tongue, but it's in my testimony what the temperature is. I'd have to-
At 25 below, assuming there was wind, would you be meeting your commitment in terms of,
The thing is, everything is in, we quote it was in degrees C, so I'd have to do the conversion.
okay, Chairman Coopin, do that magic again. What,
It's okay.
But I would have to look that up, but it's in my testimony what the temperature ranges are for the,
Darrell,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, with your leave,
Yes.
page 3 of your pre-filed rebuttal testimony.
page 3? Okay. Thank you. Well, you can see there at minus 30, this thing still works. Minus 30 degrees C, it still works. You're down to 1.8 megawatts.
and have, in all of these calculations
That's
then?
minus 26 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, so that's about the same
Yeah.
spot we're talking about.
Yes.
Have we looked at on this site the correlation between that extremely cold temperature and the wind resource? I mean, just conventional wisdom, if you will, in Montana is, well, if it gets really cold, the wind doesn't blow. I don't know how much truth there is to that. That's certainly the kind of the anecdotal assessment of weather conditions.
That is a question that Ron Nimberg, you should put to him during the redirect.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, but he's the expert. He has all the data there.
And Vice Chairman Lake, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Grant.
Yes, sir.
Would you help me if you could describe how line energy would not backflow to the batteries for charging, since the battery is connected to the wind turbine outflow, how is that stopped so it cannot fill it with the line feed?
There are 3 meters, and they're bidirectional meters. There's a meter that measures the output from the wind turbines. There is a meter that measures the output in and out of the batteries. And then there is a meter at the interconnect point. Once the batteries, well, if the turbines are putting out more than what's going into the batteries, then you know you're not pulling anything from the grid. And that's all in the meter. And within the control system, if, for example, power is attempting to go into the batteries, meaning you don't have enough generation from the wind turbines, and power is coming in from the grid, what happens? You shut the batteries down. So because you have these meters sensing and you know what's happening, you can shut the batteries down.
Is that a automatic
That is,
gate, if
yes,
you will?
automatic.
Okay. And then clarify, if you will, your obligation, 40 megawatts. The wind is producing 30. Can the battery move that last 10 in at the same time that the wind is providing its
Yes.
30? Okay.
Yes.
So, and that's what's confusing to me is it'll go in together. They merge and go out. But, and you're saying that you have on the meter, you do not have a return fill option to the batteries.
You have that refill, but only if the power is flowing from the wind turbines. That's
Not the line
correct.
feed. Okay,
Correct.
all right. Thank you, appreciate that.
And we have also given Northwestern permission. They can do any inspections they want to make certain and audit the meters.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, yesterday, Dr. Siegel mentioned that because of the degradation, the battery life is expected to last no longer than 15 years. But then I think I heard you say that they constantly come in and change out. Are there cells that can be changed out in these batteries to where they can go in and replace a certain percentage of them to maintain the 40 megawatts that's guaranteed?
Yes, there are 2 ways you can do that. You can change out racks, as Dr. Hulas said. He said yesterday, or you can have extra space within the trailer where you can put more batteries in.
Okay, so the batteries are designed to be able to replace and upgrade a
Yes.
certain percentage at any time without any interruption.
Correct.
Okay, so you're not requiring a full change of the battery to do it.
No, we don't anticipate shutting down the system to do it either.
Okay. Mr. Grant, and I think I heard you say that there are other hybrid facilities in other parts of the world that are operational. Am I correct?
Our expert yesterday said that there were some that were about, yes, there are others in operation, not wind plus storage the way we have it, but there are others in operation.
So there are other hybrids available.
Yes.
Do you have available any actual charts that would show the level of the wind power going to the line and how the battery is utilized to fill up to the level that they're required to provide? Is there any charts available that would
I
show
don't
that?
have that, but for example, I know that in Puerto Rico, for example,
Yep.
all wind projects must have storage attached to them, and there are a few there. So those things can be had, but I don't have access to that here. But they have projects in Puerto Rico. All renewable projects in Puerto Rico now need to have storage attached to it to firm the output.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, one last question on the guarantee of the power going, and basically whether it hits your line of credit. But in your statement on page 7, the bottom paragraph, you make the statement that battery availability performance will be backed by GE guarantees to ensure commercial availability levels are met. If there is a battery problem and Northwestern is not receiving the agreed to production, does GE, and let's say it's a situation with the batteries, does GE's bonding, we'll call it bonding, take over, or is it still your line of credit and then you have to fight with General Electric to get the money?
If I understand the question, if we're obligated, let's say, use the number 40. 40 megawatts is supposed to be there, and we don't perform, you pull our letter of credit.
Okay.
That's it. You don't have to be looking to anyone else. Our neck is on the line. Now, if it's because of poor performance on the part of GE, we have commercial arrangements with GE where they need to fix the issue and their LDs associated with that.
Okay. With the line of credit that would pay Northwestern for that under delivery of power, is your Caithness direct responsibility, and GE would not become involved in it?
Correct.
Okay.
It's our neck on the line. You don't have to look further than Caithness. That's correct, sir.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. No further questions. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Lake. Okay, I guess it's my turn, Mr. Grant, and I apologize if I jump around a little bit. There, the questions have been wide-ranging, and I know that waiting on the on-deck circle is Mr. Regala, who will have some other great questions to pose. But so I may jump around a little bit as I go through your testimony and so forth. But I guess the first thing I note is that in order to qualify for the production tax credit, that you're going to have to be in commercial operation by October 1 of 2020.
We have to be in operation before December 31st, 2020, to be able to receive 100% of the production tax credit.
Okay. I think I'm reading from Mr. Uda's introduction comments here, but okay. But even still, I mean, we're talking essentially a year to build the thing, the 48 turbines and all the complex. Wow, you can do that?
We'll definitely try, but what's very important is that we've got to hit the ground running, meaning we've got to have a PPA. And this is why we have been pushing Northwestern and others, and we had to quickly file this contested case because we just have no time to wait.
I think it's fair to say, I think I'm speaking for all the commissioners, that's a dangerous thing to do, of course, but I think that we will make this a priority to try to expedite this,
Thank you,
this
sir.
docket for that purpose. If you missed it and you didn't have the PTCs, then what do you do? Then the project is far less economically feasible.
That's correct, sir.
But by then, you've already done most of the build-out.
We have spent close to $8 million already.
Okay. Moving on, I'm going to skip a few things here. Yeah. Just going to go to your, so I'm going to start with your pre-filed direct testimony. And another thing I'm just curious about that just sort of popped into my head is what kind of physical security system are you going to have to protect the batteries from vandalism? Are we talking, security guards or an alarm system? I mean, I don't know if it's just a matter of, some, I would not call a hunter, but a person that is carrying a firearm might decide to sight in his rifle on his 30-06 on your battery units or whatever, even I suppose, terrorism. My question is, how protected are they, and how secure are they, even without protection?
Well, I could just give you an example for some of the projects we have, wind projects, for example, the one in Oregon, which covers 30,000 acres, so it's pretty large. And a public road, county road, runs through the project. And we have a number of cameras. Well, first of all, during the day, it's manned by some 30 to 40 folks. But at night, we have cameras, we have motion detectors, we're tied in with the sheriff's department. And believe it or not, the ranchers, because we're on their land, they provide quite a bit of security too. Because if someone is going through that they don't know, they stop them. But so we have quite a bit of, and that's always a concern.
And is it fair to say that you haven't had any problems as of yet?
We had a problem initially a few years ago with someone stealing copper cables, but that was cleaned up very quickly.
Good. This is just my own lack of surety, I hear, but the AGC, the automatic generating
Governor
control, yeah, is that to be installed right away, or is that?
Yes, that is built in.
And how does that work? Could you explain a little bit, just briefly? I know that it's probably outside of your area a little bit.
Basically, what happens there is that signals are sent from the system control center at Northwestern that can move. It can say, okay, move your set point for power output to a certain number, things like that, so you can increase or decrease output.
And is that the thing, or is it the optimizer that needs to over time be loaded with data in order to be fully efficient?
No, that is just a separate. That has nothing to do with the optimizer and so forth.
Okay. I had asked this question to someone.
I see your Northwestern guy looking at me and frowning. He's going out of his league.
His chance.
Yeah.
I had posed this question to somebody yesterday, but looking over the, I guess we're calling it Caithness 1 docket. I've been calling it the 52 docket for the last two numbers in the docket number. But in any case, where there were obviously the 480 megawatt units, generating units, projects, pardon me, and 10 megawatt batteries for each. I just have to ask the question, and I'll ask it to you too, Mr. Grant, is how this could have been represented to us and the utility as being able to reliably provide, firm power with really less than half the battery backup, the battery supplementation or hybridization, I'll call it that. Where you just miss, and these are difficult things to figure out. I know this is very complicated, but were you just kind of missing the boat there on your calculations, or what's going on here?
No, Commissioner. We still stand by the 10 megawatts for the 80 megawatt, 10 megawatt, 40 megawatt hour for the 80 megawatt wind project. Right. However, we listened to the commissioners and also Northwestern. We took notes and we went back to the drawing board, and I said to the team, we are going to address every issue that was raised. One issue that was raised was the battery was too small. So we said, okay. So we went back into the testimony. We looked at Dr. Darcy's analysis, and we backed into the number. So what we're saying, we're not going to fight this one. We're not going to swim upstream. There's an order. The commissioners agreed with Dr. Doris. So what we're going to do is just address it and put that number in, even if we don't agree with it. So that's exactly what was done. So the surprising thing now is that when we use the numbers as presented, because he said 92 megawatts of 320, 92 megawatts of flexible resources for 320. If you just do the analysis and you look at it, that's exactly what we did in terms of sizing, with a little bit more. Northwestern also said they have a small system, 320 megawatts, it's too big. So I said, okay, let us cut back the size of the project to 120. They also said there might be a FERC issue. So what we said, we would move from 80 down to 60. Although we disagreed with their characterization, and the 20 megawatts plus the 60 would get you to 80. So all we have done is listen to the commission and said, we are going to meet all those demands, whether we agree with them or not. So it wasn't an error on our part. We just said, we're listening.
So then, as I understand it, then the 20 megawatt batteries are overkill.
It is, we think it's overkill, and this is why this time around we're saying, you guys, sorry, we were told that for the ancillary services, the ink, to be able to deal with the ink, we needed a certain amount of flexible resources, batteries, flexible resource. So we put that. So on a relative size, it's almost 3 times, 2.67 times the battery size on a relative size. So all we're doing is listening.
Needless to say, Mr. Grant, I don't mean to pick on you. It's sort of like darned if you do, darned if you don't, right? But on the other hand, somewhere along the line, ratepayers end up paying, because you need to show an avoided cost that'll produce a return, a profit for investors.
Yes.
Okay, we'll move on. But thank you for that explanation. Okay. Why was ICE unit selected rather than an aero unit, for example, in the calculation?
We believe that Just council mentioned earlier that the Davis Gates facility, that's what's being avoided. So we think that the price should be based on the Davis Gate price. So in fact, council somewhat agreed with our position.
I'm trying to read the face of council, and I'm not. But, okay,
Practicing my poker face.
got the game face on. Right? Okay. I'm going to skip some of these things. The repowering, we talked about that, and Vice Chairman Lake also extended a conversation on that, so I think we pretty much know where that stands. You may not be able to answer this, but this is something that, you read these things and you don't know what to believe and what not. Certainly not something that's part of the evidentiary record, but I have a curiosity about it, and if Mr. Uda objects, I'll withdraw the question. But is there consideration, was there consideration in your overall business plan to the cost of decommissioning the 48 turbines after, maybe 30 years or so, whatever the length of them, and what the cost would be?
We have that in our pro forma, yes.
That is part of the...
Yes, that is part of the pro forma.
Yeah. And are those things recyclable, or do they just have to be buried in landfills, do you know?
The metal is always used.
But there's a lot of fiberglass involved in there.
Yeah, and some of that, I don't know what we're going to do with that, but part of the agreement we have with the landowners is that we have got to remediate their property. And in terms of, for example, the storage, we have an agreement with GE where they will take the cells back and dispose of that in an environmentally friendly way.
And I think I apologize for this sort of anecdotal question, but it seems like I read that that they can cost up to like $500,000 per turbine to decommission.
I can't remember what the number is, but for example, in Oregon, where there are very stringent rules, and we have got to deal with the Oregon Department of Energy. It was nowhere near that sort of number.
Yeah, it seems like a terribly high number.
It wasn't nowhere near that. And that's the same model we brought here.
Let's see. I'm looking here on page 8 of your direct testimony, so I guess that's the last page, where it asks to please explain why CBC has proposed the same avoided cost for both projects, and you go through a number of things that are the same with both projects. And I just wonder, is the wind profile basically the same on both projects?
They're not the same, but they're very close.
Are they?
And because it's the same owner, and they're going to be financed in the same package, so it doesn't really matter.
I am on your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Grant, and I think I may have a few questions from that. And I'll yield back the balance of my time to Mr. Rogala. Of course, I'm the chairman, so I get as much time as I want. No. It's interesting. I'm looking on page 7 of your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, sir.
And you mention under the first question on the page about where you're asked if you agree with Mr. Steinmetz's statement in response to such and such data request, because of the complexity and difference of possibilities different possibilities that may exist for self-supplying ancillary services, Northwestern must evaluate these proposals on a case-by-case basis. Anyway, it's asked if you agree with that. Absolutely no, absolutely not. You make this statement: failure to work with CBC up front to define scope and standards will be a setup for rejection of the final arrangement. Pretty strong language there, but a setup for rejection of the final arrangement. CBC must be allowed to design and build the facilities to meet a set of known standards. Northwestern's position is unreasonable and unacceptable. And I guess, what I wonder if what you're saying here, again, I don't want to tell you what you're saying, but is that ultimately that Northwestern needs to focus on the end result and let you work through the details that in terms of how you get there. Is that fair to say? It's that maybe sometimes you can overanalyze the way rather than focusing on, as long as the security deposit, the security is sufficient. That's a separate question.
That's part of it. The thing is, if we're going to be spending $500 million, there can't be any ambiguity as to what we're doing. And to start out the box of saying, well, when it's done, we build it on spec. When it's done, we'll tell you if it meets our standard. That's not how you run this business. It's got to be a known set of standards. We build to it and we test to it.
So I guess it, again, boils down in some ways to something that's been discussed a lot, whether there's enough liability being assumed by CBC with your letter of credit, with your, the 2.46 million. Ms. Schermerhorn, who will be probably hearing tomorrow, claims that that's, that amount of security for non-performance is not adequate. But you have anything more to say about that? Because that's a difficult one for this commission, I think, to arrive at.
They're two separate issues, really. Because if we can't perform, meaning self-provide ancillary services, we would then be falling under your oath. So that's how that would be settled. Or we would be paying the penalties that we have agreed to pay. So every time you miss, there is a penalty, and we suggested a 10% of what the rate is, which is punitive. The other security has to do with completion on time and things like that. And I don't think there is any disagreement between Northwestern and ourselves that it's $40 AKW. What we have a disagreement about is the size of the project. Northwestern is saying it's an 80 megawatt project, and we're saying it's a 60 megawatt project. The batteries aren't a generating unit. All you're doing is shifting power.
It's, again, this is something that's a little hard to come to grips with because CBC will often make the point, whoa, we are not a wind project with batteries. We are
hybrid project.
We're a hybrid project, and that would seem to me to say 80, not 60. But I understand what you're saying is that 20 of that is a non-generating part of that.
And not only that, but we are capping the output of the project to 60. I could understand the reasoning, Northwestern's reasoning, if we were saying we're going to put 80 megawatts on the grid. We're not. It's 60 megawatts. So for all intent and purposes, it's really a 60 megawatt project.
Yeah. I'm on page 12, and this of your rebuttal, and I guess this has been covered pretty thoroughly. As far as the 3-year average here from 2010, 17, and 18. Is the reason you're using 3 years because of the 3-year rolling average that's designed into the measure and pay, or at least might be designed into the measure and pay, or what is the reason for the 3 years?
Northwestern asked us very early for 3 years of information, and we sent them those 3 years. So that's why we use
all.
those 3 years.
Okay.
Nothing more than that.
All right. And you mentioned here, referring to Dr. Doris, again on page 12, about 2/3 of the way up, Northwestern should not be allowed to cherry-pick methodologies. The hybrid generation data from 10, 17, 18 was available and for self-serving reasons, Northwestern decided to ignore the data and instead develop a non-standard approach to calculate the default capacity. You want to explain what you're saying there a little bit more?
Certainly. We all agreed on using the SPP methodology. Good. And we're going to use the commission-approved methodology. Starting in year 2, and I'm doing it backwards, starting in year 2, you look at all the output that's been generated from year 1, and for each hour you go through that methodology. However, we need a proxy for year 1. We sent Northwestern the simulations of what the hybrid project would put out, which is no different than what we'd put out in real life. And what we thought would be a reasonable approach is you take that output and you pass it through the sales at the POI point of interconnect, and you run that through the SPP method. They did not. They deviated from the SPP methodology, and they said, okay, what you really have is a wind project and a battery. So they gave us 5% for the wind, and then they came up with Dr. Doris came up with some unconventional method to derive what the battery capacity was. And then they add those two numbers, and it came to 23 megawatts. And we're saying that is cherry picking. That's all.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Going to skip questions that really have largely already been covered. There's no sense being redundant. Okay. One quick look here. I have to admire Mr. Regala. He does all this on his laptop, and here I am with all my paper. You've even got it highlighted on your laptop, and all these things that are really easy to do if you're friendly with computers. Let's just see here. I think I had one other question, but maybe not. There we go. Sorry for the delay here. No, I have to ask that. I think, Mr. Grant, mercifully, I'm done. I appreciate your thorough and direct answers to my questions, and I am going to pass the floor back over to Mr. Regala. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Grant, welcome back. I'll be relatively quick. First, just to confirm, there's no intra-hour evidence. There's no intra-hour data in evidence because it wasn't asked of Caithness, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And one brief question about assignability in the PPA. I know there's some disagreement between Northwestern and Caithness on assignability, but I'm curious from your perspective, if Caithness wants to assign its contract to any other firm, that would not require a commission pre-approval or anything like this. That would be a transaction just left to Caithness, correct?
Well,
I've been sitting here, and I just want to make sure my client knows I'm awake. Believe that's a legal question for the witness counsel. Could you rephrase?
Duly noted, Mr. Uda. Mr. Grant, do you envision coming to the commission for pre-approval of any sale or transfer of your interest in the Caithness project?
the sale or transfer of projects, that is pretty regular these days. For example, if we set up, meaning Caithness sets up a fund, one of the things that, although it's a Caithness fund, we need to be able to move the project from Caithness into the Caithness fund. And one of the things that we're trying to do is have some objective standards up front, saying that the fund should be worth more than a certain amount. If it's a sale, the acquirer should have more than a certain net worth, also be in the business of generating electricity, things like that. Because what we have found in the past, working across the country, sometimes you have a simple thing like a consent from the utility create as a deal. So what a number of these projects have now is to have structures in place where you can do these things and it's done up front so everyone knows the four corners of what we're solving for.
And to your understanding of the assignability of the PPA, you don't see that envisioning coming to the commission for approval of assignment of your rights or interest under the PPA, correct?
And again, I'm not a lawyer, but in just looking through what was sent to us, I thought that we needed to have consent from Northwestern, and I don't know what Northwestern needs to do after that.
Okay. And that's my understanding as well of the term. One of the terms, I understand it's in conflict. One last line of questions. You have already directed me to Dr. Segal on this. However, we think it's appropriate to signal to Caithness what our line of questions are. And this could be very easy for you. You can just say nope to every question that I ask, but I just want to signal as appropriate. We're going back to Northwestern's demonstrative exhibits from yesterday. Do you have those before you?
I have it here.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. My understanding is that this Excel is indicates the power firming results of the dispatch optimizer. Is that correct? And feel free to direct to Dr. Segal.
I'd rather, this is a GE work product. I'd rather you go into that.
And were you here yesterday after questioning from Ms. Hill when on recross, Mr. Uda was questioning Dr. Segal and said, well, the reason that some of these columns are over 120 megawatts is that they get clipped by a hybrid optimizer post-processing function or something of the sort. Is that correct?
Something to that effect, I heard, yes.
And to our knowledge, we're not aware of any information in the record regarding this hybrid controller that can either clip at 120 megawatts in power I of the power delivered to the grid, or of a complementary adjustment of power that's under 120 megawatts. Are you aware of any?
Counsel, can I interject just for a moment? You keep using the word "the record," acting as though the record is only documentary evidence. The record consists of the pre-filed written testimony and the oral statements of the witnesses as well. So I'd just like you to clarify what you mean by the record before you pose that question to my witness.
Sure. Outside of Dr. Siegel's testimony on redirect yesterday, saying that a hybrid controller can clip the power delivered to the grid at 120 megawatts. Are you aware of any information in any record evidence, documentary or verbal or testimonial, that could inform analysis of what the hybrid controller has done in this docket?
Without getting into the details of the control system, because that's very technical, and that's Dr. Siegel. But in my testimony, I've said that we will not be putting more than 60 megawatts onto the bars. So I've testified to that.
And I'm not asking you for a post-hearing exhibit here, but wouldn't it be fair to assume that if this document exhibit was just the results of a dispatch optimizer, and there is a second function performed by a hybrid controller, and there is not record evidence, testimonial, or documented, which indicates what the hybrid controller actually does to this power firming result, then the commission would be left without some necessary information?
Well, again, I just want to clarify.
Mr. Uda, it would be preferred if you go through the
I'm sorry,
chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'm fairly informal, but at some point
I
it's...
apologize. That's lunch and everything.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would just like counsel to clarify, because, if I'm understanding the question correctly, he's saying to this witness, wouldn't it be fair for the commission to take this conclusion or that conclusion from the lack of anything other than your word? And I just want to know, is that now the commission standard that unless you have a series of spreadsheets that document something, that's inadequate for purposes of the record? Because that's never been my understanding.
Mr. Regala.
This is kind of a back and forth, and I'm going to be generous in how that objection was phrased. But I agree, at least initially, that I don't think that the commission should be inappropriately questioning witnesses about information that they do not have knowledge of. Second, however, I think it's entirely appropriate for the commission to ask questions of expert witnesses regarding testimony brought up not by witnesses, but brought into the record by the company's own witness in response to questioning from Northwestern. So this was a significant issue brought up yesterday, basically, where we're looking at this Excel spreadsheet, and I thought we reached some results of what this meant. But then counsel for Caithness said, well, there's actually a second process called the hybrid controller, which is relevant to an understanding of this power firming result. And we're just trying to figure out what and where that information is. And this line of questioning was meant to be a signpost to Caithness that we would like to address this in with Dr. Siegel because just it's an open question that we have. So.
Well, I'm not
Are
sure
you
there's
still
a-
objecting, Mr. Uda?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure there was a question in there. I mean, he's already saying as the foundation for his question that this was something that came up. And first of all, I didn't state that. That was Dr. Segal. I asked him the question, and he answered it. So it was his testimony, not mine. But he's already said that this is a question that arose during Dr. Siegel's time for questioning while he was on the stand. And that question was not ever posed to him. So they're trying to come in, this guy, Mr. Gala, is trying to come in through the back door and get an answer out of Mr. Grant. And Mr. Grant has already said that this is more technical that he is competent to testify about. So it seems to me the appropriate witness for this is Mr. Segal. So tomorrow or Thursday, probably Thursday it looks like now, Mr. Segal will be back on the stand. I would be happy to have that question posed. One of the problems in this case, and I'm going to, if with your permission, going to go a little far afield here just for a second. The problem was the commission assigned us pre-filed rebuttal testimony with no discovery, okay? So if there had been discovery on the pre-filed rebuttal testimony, whether there was time in the schedule or not, I understand the practical difficulties. The problem is nobody got to ask these questions in discovery to say, where is the documentation for this? So the witnesses show up and they say, hey, you haven't documented this statement. Well, up until that point, did they know they needed to? If the question is, will you provide us a late filed exhibit to explain how all this works, we'd be happy to do that. My only point here is, one, this isn't the right guy to ask the question of. I think we've already established that. And number two, we have no problem with putting Mr. Segal back on the stand, asking the question. If you need a post-hearing provide, we're happy to do that.
And, yeah, I understand your frustration to some extent, Mr. Regala, and I do think the commission can take into account the kinds of factors that you brought up, Mr. Uda. But would you be comfortable with waiting until Mr. Segal is on the stand before you pursue these questions further?
Yes, Chairman, and I'm not trying to escalate the tenor of this discussion because Commission's perspective, we're just looking for information on hybrid controller. We understand, and Mike, that's helpful to bring up that there was no discovery on the rebuttal testimony. And so it's kind of unfair to be asking for that when this is the first time.
And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, we're happy to get you this information in any form that you want. The problem is going to be that none of the other parties are going to have seen it at that point. So, for example, my suggestion, and I know I've been doing this a long time, I know that in the past the commission has given the other parties the opportunity to comment on that information as part of the record. So, for example, it's not party dumps a bunch of stuff into the record and nobody else gets to say anything about it, because I don't think that's fair.
You're talking post-hearing briefing.
Yeah, post-hearing, when we get the post-hearing provide, whenever we can get it to him, as soon as we can get it to him, you give the other parties a number of days to figure out if they want to say anything about it or not.
Well, Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to withdraw that line of questions because I think it's been sufficiently signaled to Caithness, and we're not asking for a post-hearing provide at this juncture. We would like just to ask Dr. Siegel a couple of questions, and most importantly, we don't feel we have the capacity. Well, let me strike that. We would just fundamentally like to know what degree, what percent impact the hybrid controller has on the dispatch optimizing power firming results, Because if we can get some sort of percentage tolerance in there, then we can understand generally
Sure.
what we're looking at.
Mr. Chairman, with your leave,
Yes.
if Mr. Regal is amenable to it, we can either put Mr. Segal back on the stand now, or whatever is appropriate for the commission. We don't have to wait if this is like a burning issue in the staff's mind.
Personally, I would like to see us put this off until probably tomorrow and get on with, but I think this is appropriate and reasonable to ask those questions, and Mr. Segal would be the person. So let's wait until he gets back on, if that's all right with you, Mr. Regala.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Koopman. Sorry for the detour. Mr. Grant, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Ms. Hill, do you have recross?
I do, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Grant.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Did I hear you clearly earlier? Did you say this was a $550 million or a $500 million project
Approximately, yes.
for 180 megawatt or for both?
Both projects.
Okay, and then another clarification on my hearing with this. Did you say something about 55 megawatts of batteries?
55 megawatt hours.
Okay. One more clarification, and you've heard me ask this question a lot, and Mr. Regala asked about this sub-hourly analysis. Could you turn to data request number Northwestern 26, and she'll bring it to you?
Get that screen up and going again tomorrow.
That's Northwestern response.
Where is it? Thank you.
So question A says, is CBC's analysis of the CBC projects based on hourly wind generation data or sub-hourly wind generation data? And the answer says the analysis was based on hourly wind generation data. Sub-hourly data was not analyzed. Is that answer still correct?
Yes, and that's what I said earlier.
Okay, so I was confused. I thought you had said that you did the analysis, but Northwestern didn't ask for it, and so you
What
didn't.
I said was that Northwestern asked for minute to minute, and we responded that all we had was 10-minute data, and you didn't ask for the 10-minute data.
Well, I think the data request is in the record, and it's so I think the responses are in there. So if you
Yeah.
don't have any corrections, they're in
No
there.
corrections.
Okay.
You asked for hourly, you got hourly.
Are you aware of any standard methods for calculating the capacity contribution of a battery?
That's a trick question because you can use the SPP methodology if you want.
Okay, so we'll just clarify for the record, since
But
you
no,
have it.
But you know, I mean,
Since you have it in front of you, I'll refer you to NWE 12.
NWE 12.
Yes.
Okay, where is it? NWE. This is 20. Oh, sorry. Oh, you have markers here. Yes.
So the question is, as it reads, please identify any standardized methods for valuing the capacity contribution of a battery. And I'll refrain from reading the whole thing. But then in the response references to the SPP methodology. So it's reasonable that Northwestern understood that CBC didn't know of any standardized method for calculating capacity contribution. Is that correct?
Where CBC is offering a hybrid product, and the hybrid product includes a battery, and my answer here was that we should stick with the SPP methodology as described by the Commission in Order 7335A. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. And Mr. Brown, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to follow up on something that Mr. Regal asked you about, Mr. Grant, specifically the truing up of capacity payments. Do you recall that question for Mr. Regal about that you're proposing to true up the capacity payments even after the first year?
Yes.
Would you agree that that would, if approved, give Caithness an incentive to maximize its output during the top 3% of hours during the peak load month?
That question, Northwestern is short of capacity. Northwestern should want capacity during the peak month. Having said that, there's no way we can really game the system. As as Willis explained earlier, we've got to satisfy all the needs for ancillary services, and then we've got to meet the firming requirements, and whatever left over goes to capacity. So, no, I don't see how we game the system.
Well, and all I was really asking you was whether your compensation will be tied to the extent to which you show up and your power shows up during the top 3% of hours during the peak load month.
Yes, but it's not gaming.
And I'm not asking you that. I'm just wondering if, there'll be a delay, I suppose, but in the following year, to the extent you show up more during the peak month and those top 3% hours in that peak month, your capacity payment and revenues from that capacity payment will be higher in the following year. Is that right?
That's correct. That's a methodology, but it's not gaming.
Well, will you make any attempt to estimate when that's going to occur?
When what's going to occur?
The top 3% of hours during the peak load month?
Well, first of all, we don't know when it's going to occur, which month of the year. It could be in the summer, it could be in the winter. So, that's a tall order.
Well, yesterday I think there was a reference to using prior year load data. Is that one way you could try to estimate it?
One could look at that. However, in the last 10 years, I think 7 of the years, the peak was in the winter. So you had like 3 or 4 in the summer. So looking at history isn't going to really tell you a lot. You could be 70% correct.
You could attempt to estimate it and
yeah,
show
but
it.
I'm trying to get away from that gaming concept because I've heard it before, and I disagree with the characterization.
And you will have AGC, is that right?
Yes.
And will that give you any insight into Northwestern's peak loads and when they occur?
I see AGC as not that's being used by Northwestern to operate their system. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with their peak loads. It just depends on what the security of the system is at any point in time.
And I think we've talked about how Northwestern has a dual peaking system. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So hypothetically, if Caithness successfully anticipated let's say January, the January would be the peak month, or guessed, let's say, that January was going to be the peak month, that it was going to be a winter peaking year, and used the battery to show up, let's say you could achieve 90% capacity contribution during those top 3% hours that January. But then later that year in the summer, you only showed up, let's say, 1% of those hours during the summer peak. Is it true that if your proposal is accepted, that your capacity payments will be based on that 90% capacity contribution?
The SPP methodology, I'll give you some background there,
It's based on the planning criteria for SPP. And basically what it's saying is that capacity is dependable capacity. So to sit here and say, well, you have a dual peak, and to me that's inappropriate because this has been vetted by a lot of peer groups. This is the entire SPP, and that's the methodology. It's been approved by the commission too. So I think this gaming approach isn't appropriate. But having said that, there is another problem you have, is that the peak doesn't just peak 1 hour and then it falls off. It is over several hours because you're looking at the top 3%. So again, the methodology ensures that we'll have to be there for the 22 top hours, which is a very, very high standard, extremely high standard.
And I'm not characterizing this as gaming. I don't mean to. I apologize if that's the impression I give. From a business perspective, I don't think there's anything wrong with, I guess the question is more, regardless of what the metric is, whether it's the SPP methodology or something else, won't that create an incentive combined with a true-up for you to use your battery to show up during those times, regardless of whether those times really capture Northwestern's needs throughout the year?
Again, if we are there during Northwestern's peak, it's good for Northwestern's ratepayers because Northwestern is short 700 megawatts. So it's good for the ratepayers. Northwestern should be begging us, to use their expression, try and see if you can get in on the peak because it's good for their ratepayers.
Well, and you're talking about peak like it's one thing, but under the hypothetical I was discussing where you meet one peak but not the other, wouldn't the compensation reflect you meeting the higher peak under the SPP method with a true-up?
Correct.
And then I just want to understand sort of the extent of the true-up. Are you proposing to be compensated for your capacity based on a rate measured in dollars per kilowatt month?
Yes, Northwestern suggested that, and we thought that was appropriate because for financing purposes, that works.
Okay, because in the petition, there was an around-the-clock megawatt-hour rate, and then there were heavy load hour and low load hour megawatt-hour rates. But at this point, the actual payments would come as lump sum dollar payments each month.
Correct.
And then how would you measure the kilowatt months that you actually provide?
It's a very simple thing. You have the number of, well, let's go back. You have the number of dollars based on the SP methodology that you would say, because it's $172 per kilowatt year. You multiply by the 40 in this case and divide by 12. And that's it. It's the same thing every month.
So that's based on the SPP methodology?
Yeah. Dollars per kilowatt month. And it's a fixed amount at the end of the year, starting January 1, you have a new rate, or new dollar per kilowatt month number. Dollar per kilowatt month number.
My sort of simplistic understanding of this measure and pay concept is that we're trying to meter the kilowatt months that actually show up. Is that your understanding?
No. It's that single month. How many megawatts were you able, using the SPP methodology, were you able to produce? That's it. and you're paid based on that. It's
And
not,
it's really based on a single month from the prior year?
yes,
Okay.
correct, correct.
So both the payment itself, the rate itself, and the amount of capacity that you're being credited for are both based on the SPP method?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you for those questions. And I might just read one sentence, really, from Mr. Grant's testimony, direct testimony. Under the SPP methodology, the capacity contributed in the net power output value that can be expected from the aggregate CBC facilities 60% of the time or greater during the top 3% of load hours for NWE, Northwestern, for the peak month of each year. I'm tempted to say some bureaucrat had to come up with that, and I'm not, but anyway, that's the methodology. I imagine your redirect will take a little while, Mr. Uda, and we've been going at this for.
Too long, but I think I can take a break.
Yeah, I think we all need a break. So let's break for roughly 15 minutes, and be back here after that.
Yeah.
Okay, it is now 3:15, and we are back on the record. And Mr. Uda, it is you're up for redirect, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Grant, I want to direct you to a question that was posed to you by Ms. Hill, Counsel for Northwestern, about you not knowing a way to measure capacity from a battery. Do you recall that?
I do.
Is it necessary to measure the capacity of the battery in this instance?
No, it's a hybrid project, and you measure the output from the hybrid project.
Okay, what are you actually measuring?
The wind output.
Okay. Is this consistent with Dr. Segal's testimony from yesterday that you're really just measuring the deferred wind in the peak hours and then the wind the rest of the time?
That's correct.
Does this address at all Chairman Johnson's question about battery and wind as opposed to just a hybrid project?
Yes.
Could you explain?
A hybrid project, as just explained, is just shifting the wind energy from one period to another period. That's it. It's all in one nice package. While if you have two separate projects, they're working independently.
My learned friend, Mr. Brown, asked you a question about, I think he said gaming at first, and then I think he changed to incentivized. Is it your understanding that those peak hours under the SPP methodology are high-value hours for Northwestern's customers?
Yes, they are.
And so your attempt in designing this project was to serve those hours, correct?
That's correct.
With the expectation that because of the high value to customers, you would be paid more for those hours, correct?
That's correct.
Is it this in any way gaming?
That's correct. No gaming.
I'm glad he made that last correction. So let me ask you this question, Mr. Grant. I think you've testified that you're going to limit the output from this project, from each project, to 60 megawatts each hour, right? No more than 60 megawatt hours.
That's correct.
Okay. And you're not the expert on the hybrid controller and all that, so I'm not going to go into that with you. But I did want to ask you, when you are looking at this project, you have two 20-megawatt batteries, that's correct?
That's correct.
And they're designed to have 40 megawatt hours, right?
Pardon me?
There's, for each one, there's 20 megawatt hours for each project, or for each battery is what I meant to say, that's right?
For each project, it's 20 megawatts times 2 hours, 40 megawatt hours.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
All right, I should remember that. My apologies. Anyway, so you were asking a question about repowering the battery, and you said something about 55 megawatt hours. Why aren't you over the 80 megawatt threshold under PURPA?
Because you're still at a 20 megawatt battery.
Okay, so that is a measure of energy and not capacity in that
That's
battery.
correct.
Now, I want to clarify a question that was posed to you about Northwestern Energy, your response to Northwestern Energy 26A and 26B, because there seems to be some concern on Northwestern's part about your position on all this. So do you have 26A and 26B?
No, I don't.
May I approach the witness, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you may.
I'm getting one.
Yeah, we go.
So 26A posed to you the question, is CBC's analysis of the CBC projects based on hourly wind generation data or sub-hourly wind generation data? Please explain and provide any sub-hourly generation data analyzed, including all supporting work papers. Provide those in electronic format with all cell references and formulae intact. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is it correct to say that your answer was the analysis was based on hourly wind generation, sub-hourly data was not analyzed?
That's correct.
Okay, is that your testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay, if you said anything else, would that be wrong?
Yes. If I would have misspoken.
Okay. And then in 26B, Northwestern posed the question, please provide an estimated probability distribution of the expected minute-to-minute changes in wind generation for each project, including all supporting work papers. Provide those in electronic format with all cell references and formulae intact. Do you see that?
Yes.
And your response in B is it's not possible to respond to this request as only 10-minute data was collected. Do you see that response?
Yes.
Is that your answer today?
That's my answer.
Do you have the 10-minute data?
We have 10-minute data.
Would you be happy to provide it to Northwestern?
Certainly, we can email it tomorrow morning if they need it.
So, Mr. Brown asked you a question about the peak and when you're setting the capacity payment for the next year. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And he asked you the questions like, well, if in the next year the peak is different or you're not able to generate in those hours, aren't you getting paid in those hours? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's based on the prior year, right?
Correct.
But if the reverse is true, that's also the case, isn't it?
Correct.
I'm just looking at my notes at this point, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to keep this as brief as possible so that the rocket-like pace of this hearing can proceed unabated.
Take your time.
So, Mr. Grant, I can't remember who asked it. If somebody wants to refresh my recollection, that's fine. How did you come to the conclusion that you wanted to do the measure and pay methodology?
In fact, it was Blue
LaFave.
Lafave who suggested that.
Okay. And you were asked a series of questions about this chart that was produced about the comparison between the temperatures at the C site and temperatures in Billings and Bozeman. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. I really just have one question. With the cold weather package that you're installing on these turbines, do you have any concern about the performance of the turbines in these temperatures?
No, none at all.
Oh, I wanted to ask a question about your concern about, Commissioner Koopman asked you a question about you being set up by Northwestern with respect to approval of the equipment at the site and being able to meet Northwestern standards. Did you literally mean that you were being set up, or were you saying that it was a potential that there was going to be a miscommunication as between you and Northwestern?
I think setup was a wrong choice of words there. I think there could be misunderstandings. Yes.
And it's really important, as I understand your testimony here today, that you have the same understanding, because if you don't, you're investing a heck of a lot of money in this project only to find out it doesn't work according to Northwestern specifications.
Correct.
I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Uda, and thank you, Mr. Grant. You are temporarily excused.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
And do you have any additional witnesses at this time?
Not
Mr.
at this
Uda?
time, Mr. Chairman. We close our affirmative case.
All right. And by previous understanding, the intervener who will go first will be Northwestern Energy. And Ms. Hill, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Northwestern calls Dr. Ben Fitch-Fleischman.
And Mr. Fitch-Fleischman, you are still under oath.
Actually, he's not.
Oh, I thought he stood up yesterday.
He was sitting up here with me,
Okay.
so he'll need to be sworn in.
Thank you. With the testimony you were about to receive, do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and business address for the record? No.
My name is Ben Fitch-Fleischman. Fitch-Fleischman is FITCH-FLEISCHMANN. My business address is 1903 South Russell Street, Missoula, Montana, 59801.
By whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy.
And what's your title with Northwestern?
I'm the manager of energy supply planning.
You have a document before you marked as Northwestern Exhibit 2, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you identify this exhibit?
This appears to be my pre-filed intervener testimony.
Can you just list real quickly at a high level what topics you address in your testimony in general?
Yeah, I address the methods for calculating avoided costs, including avoided costs of energy, avoided cost of capacity, as well as the incurred costs of integration and serving load, and communication history between Caithness and Northwestern.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Dr. Fitch-Fleischman's testimony be admitted as Northwestern Exhibit Number 2.
Any objections?
No objection.
Northwestern number 2 is hereby admitted to the record.
And I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Uda, would you like to cross?
Well, I think Mr. Or do you want me to go before? Oh, that's right. You go last, don't you? Usually. Yeah, okay.
Have you two settled
Sorry.
this?
My mind is kind of muddled.
I totally understand.
All right. Mr. Fitch-Fleischman, could you please turn to your testimony on page BFF 8, lines 7 through 14?
I'm sorry, can you say the page number again?
Sure, it's BFF 8.
I'm there.
Are you there?
Yes.
In line 7 through 14? Okay. Is it, on those lines, you discuss your view of operating risk related to CBC's proposed capacity guarantee. Is that accurate?
This part's about ancillary services, I think.
Okay, well, that's not what I have, but that's okay. Let me just ask you the question. Do you agree that Northwestern has identified itself as having capacity deficits in both its 2015 electricity supply resource procurement plan and in its proposed 2019 electricity supply resource procurement plan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also agree, subject to check, that in its 2019 proposed resource plan, Northwestern has identified a current capacity deficit of 645 megawatts, increasing to 725 megawatts by 2025?
Yes.
Okay. In the executive summary to its 2019 proposed resource plan, does Northwestern state that it must purchase capacity from the market to meet its capacity and reserve requirements? Or do you know?
I don't know if that's what it states.
Okay. I don't remember, can I go off the record for just a minute, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, we'll go off the record.
Can you guys introduce the plan? Oh, okay, all right. Well, the commission has taken administrative notice of it, so I guess it says what it says. All right.
Back on the record?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Has Northwestern completed RFP processes to procure long-term capacity to meet its stated capacity deficit, which has existed for at least the last 5 years?
Have we in the past completed RFPs?
Well, have you, like, since, for example, you came out with the 2019 proposed plan, have you commenced an RFP process to acquire that capacity?
We're in the process of commencing an RFP process.
And do I take your answer to mean that in the past years you've conducted RFP processes?
No.
Okay. So in the last 5 years, there hasn't been any?
There was an RFP process that began and was cut short before completion.
Was that because of the commission's, I'm probably going to use a bad word, symmetry finding?
My understanding is that the commission issued comments on the plan that raised a lot of concerns with the process. I wasn't at Northwestern, so I'm not that familiar with those details.
Okay, so do you recall whether it had anything to do with the 15-year contract limit?
I wasn't with Northwestern, so I don't
Fair
recall.
enough. In the meantime, has Northwestern procured capacity through short-term PPA transactions?
I don't know. That's a question probably better for Mr. Steinmetz.
Okay. All right, well, we'll defer this one as well. Okay. Oh, I need Just a moment, there's confusion in the ranks, Mr. Chairman.
We'll wait.
I think we're going to move on from this question for now, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. I think we're going to move on from this question for the time being, based upon the EIA. Mr. Fitch-Fleischman, do you know whether the levelized cost of the WEC suitable resources are in the $35 a megawatt hour range to $45 megawatt hour range in 2018 dollars, including tax credits, in the latest EIA?
Could you direct me where in my testimony or in the document you just passed out that you're speaking of?
I'm trying to, but I'm just wondering if you knew.
If I knew what?
If you knew whether it was in the $35 to $45 megawatt hour range.
Mr. Chairman, if the council could maybe break that up into two questions or something, that was a little long and hard to understand.
It was really long and hard to understand, so I will do my best.
Please give it another shot.
Yeah, okay. You're familiar with what the WECC is, of course.
Of course.
Right, and you're familiar with the fact that the EIA, on a twice-yearly basis, publishes estimates of price ranges for various types of resources. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review the latest EIA?
Not in any detail.
Okay. So you wouldn't know whether or not the levelized cost of WEC suitable resources that EIA is reporting is in the $35 to $45 a megawatt hour range.
I'm not sure what you mean by suitable.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he meant by that either. I think, oh, yeah, okay, sorry, I didn't read that right. Oh, I think we have an answer. I feel good about this now. On page 7, table 1A, can you turn to that, please?
I'm there.
Okay. So, if I'm reading this right, and if I'm not, I'm not the expert that you are. It appears to me to say that conventional, it says dispatchable technologies. I assume that this is conventional CC refers to some kind of gas generation?
Objection, I don't,
It refers to carbon capture with sequestration, I believe.
Oh, okay,
But if, with sequestration,
okay.
yeah.
And the range of prices in here looks like for various different types of resources range, the levelized cost of energy, including the tax credit, ranges somewhere between the low range $36 and as high as, for offshore wind, $106. Is that about right?
can I have some help just so I can follow around?
Sure. It's this table right here.
Counselor, I can read the table. What's your question?
Well, I'm just trying to get those numbers in the record.
I can't read the table, so
Well,
page
if you-
7, last column.
Yes, total LCOE, including tax credit.
Okay, and you're looking at solar? Or
I'm
what?
looking at all the numbers. I was just
Okay.
asking about the range that appears in there.
Okay, I'm with you, thank you.
Okay. Would you agree with me, Mr. Fitch-Fleischman, that I've accurately characterized the estimates from the EIA?
Sure. Yeah.
On page BFF15, you state that one way to check on the reasonableness of a proposed energy avoided cost calculation is, quote, to compare it to the levelized cost of building a new comparable resource. Is that an accurate statement about your testimony?
Yes.
Have you performed any studies or analysis in this proceeding which would demonstrate how much the levelized cost of building a new resource would be, which has all the attributes of the CBC project?
I'm aware of an RFP conducted by Xcel Energy in Colorado, and most reports of that RFP put the median price of wind plus storage at $21 a megawatt hour, so slightly less than 1/3 of the value that Caithness has proposed.
Okay.
So I guess,
But if I understand that correctly, is that somewhere in this docket?
I just put it in the docket, I guess.
Okay. Could you provide us with a copy of that document?
Yes.
Okay. So is, in this case, the around-the-clock avoided cost proposed for CBC $21 a megawatt hour for avoided energy?
No.
Do you know what it is around the clock?
My testimony has the heavy load and light load hour prices. I didn't convert it to an ATC, though I think that's in one of my exhibits. I'm guessing it would be in the range of $16 or so, given the numbers I have here for heavy and light load,
Okay.
subject to check.
Sure, I understand.
It'd be worth clarifying that the prices in an RFP are derived from largely from the cost to build the resources, which has nothing to do with an avoided cost. The avoided cost
Sure.
calculation is
It's
about the benefits.
comparing apples to apples, I get that.
No, it's
Sorry.
The point is it's comparing apples to oranges.
Yeah, it's not comparing apples to apples, is
Right.
what I meant to say. All right, so do you know of any projects in Montana that are currently operating on a $16 a megawatt hour around-the-clock price?
The variable cost of Colstrip isn't far from that.
Okay, but that doesn't include the embedded costs, correct?
Correct.
The debt service,
Right, it's the variable cost.
right. So on page BFF 21, you recommend the hourly model, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the commission has now, to my count, rejected the hourly version of the model twice, is that right?
I disagree with that characterization.
Okay. Did they approve it?
They didn't adopt it for use in avoided cost
Right,
calculations.
they didn't apply it to the QFs in those proceedings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall what the commission's reasons were?
I believe they wanted more transparency and time to vet the model. I think that's what the order said,
Okay.
or several of the orders.
And I don't know if you're, I don't want to get into testifying, but, so who is your predecessor in your job?
John Bushnell.
Okay. And you would have any idea who it was before that, do you?
I know the name, not the person.
Okay. So what I'm trying to figure out is exactly what your role is in this proceeding. I understand that you're the director of the power supply or whatever you call it.
I'm the manager of energy supply planning.
Okay, at energy supply planning. So if I ask you general questions about Northwestern's position in this case, are you in a position to answer them, or would it depend on the question whether you had to defer it?
I'm sure there are some questions you could ask me that I would have to defer.
Okay.
I'd be happy to try.
Okay. Do you know whether the logic inputs and hourly model were made available to CBC or its experts at any time?
You said logic inputs and what?
Logic inputs and the hourly model itself.
I don't mean to split hairs on semantics here, but I'd like you to ask me, are you saying it was computer code made available or explanations offered? Is there help files on the internet? Is it useful if someone has a PhD in statistics to understand these things?
Right.
It's not a simple question you're asking.
Well, what I'm asking is, my understanding, my simple country boy understanding of how models work is there's inputs, there's the model, and then there's outputs, right? Okay. So the inputs into the model, were those made available to CBC or its experts at any time?
I believe so. I don't know. It's not like you can, print out a menu and say these are all the inputs. There's a lot of parameters. Some are time series of data. Some include data that we requested from CBC that we never got the data that we were expecting to get, and so there's a lot to that.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure I understand your answer. Is your answer that those inputs were all made available to CBC and its experts, or is the answer no, they were not?
I believe we made most of the important information available.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, the hourly model itself is not available to anyone outside of Ascend. Is that correct?
So, for example, for the most part, your characterization is right, but not completely. For example, the commission has hired a consultant who is outside of Ascend and has access to PowerSim.
Okay. And that may be true. I don't know. But do you know whether in this case CBC and its experts had access to the model itself?
I believe they worked with Ascend to use the model.
Okay. They gave Ascend a series of assumptions. It was put through the model, and it came out with some numbers that were then applied to a spreadsheet. Is that right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Who does those spreadsheet adjustments after the analysis is performed within the model?
It's not always the same. For when we're doing models, it's often Northwestern. I'm not sure who did it in this case. It would either have been someone with Caithness or Ascend.
Okay, so do you know whether Caithness did anything with the spreadsheet when it came out of the model?
I have no idea what Caithness did after the results came out of the model.
So I'll represent to you that the testimony that's been here today is that CBC gave some assumptions to Ascend, which were basically the prior commission order that it was issued in this prior proceeding. Had Ascend run the model, and then Ascend did the spreadsheet adjustments, does that accurately reflect your understanding?
I think that's accurate, but I can't confirm it.
Okay. Well, you weren't there, right? So you don't. I mean, you may have heard, but you don't know for sure. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think I understand what you're getting at is you are trying to create the impression that all CBC did was say to Ascend, do it like the commission says to do it. But that's overlooking enormous numbers of complexities about issues that, right, the last commission order didn't approve a method. It approved a result. And that's a really important thing for people to understand.
Mr. Chairman, would you please direct the witness to answer the question as posed and not to go on it? Because he's got counsel here who can do redirect. And this is already taking way longer than I hoped.
I'm fairly allowing in these cases, Mr. Uda, because I think it does bring out useful information and makes the record more robust. But you do have a right to ask for a certain limit to that. So I'll ask the witness to be mindful of that.
Understood.
Okay. to your knowledge, Mr. Fitch-Fleischman, at any time during this proceeding, did CBC request the logic, the inputs from Ascend Analytics?
Objection. Dr. Fitch-Fleischman doesn't work for Ascend.
I asked him whether he was aware of whether it was requested, presumably whether we're all familiar with all aspects of the record. I'm asking him whether he knows.
I'll allow the question.
Mr. Fitch-Fleischman, I'll repeat the question. Do you know whether or not CBC requested the inputs to the hourly model at any time in this proceeding?
You're asking just about the inputs to the model?
Well, I may get to other parts of it, too.
Yeah, I believe CBC asked for the inputs to the model.
Okay. And in fact, they requested a number of things from Ascent, in Discovery to Ascent through Northwestern, and none of that information was produced. Is that right?
I don't know. Listen, it's important to understand so you, for example, you've used the word logic. CBC asked for the logic of the model. I have no idea what you mean when you say logic, right? A model contains inputs and data, yes, and then there's various levels of scripts and randomized simulations, and then outputs and post-processing summary of those outputs. So I think there's a reason that I'm not sure if any other commission requires the type of access to the model that you're driving at here, because these things are complicated and you can't put a bow around a model and hand it over and say, here's the model.
Okay, but are you familiar? I'm assuming you used to work for the Oregon PUC, right?
I did used to work for the Oregon Public Utility Commission.
Does the Oregon PUC have a utility contractor do the avoided cost analysis, or do they have an open and transparent process?
Are those the only possible answers?
Well, I mean, you could say it's not quite open and it's not quite transparent, but my understanding of the Oregon avoided cost methodology is that's available to everyone.
That's not my understanding. I don't know that any of the utilities in Oregon provide access to their models, but I'll caveat this all with saying when I worked at the Oregon Public Utility Commission, I did not work on avoided costs.
So, for example, you wouldn't know about the surrogate avoided resource methodology in the state of Idaho.
I would not know about that.
Okay, and you would not know about the avoided cost methodology, in fact, in any state other than Montana, right?
I'm conceptually familiar with how it works in some places, but I don't have a detailed level understanding.
Okay. So you wouldn't know whether or not that model that is used to calculate avoided cost in these other states is open and available to all the parties in a contested case.
I've been curious as to whether that's the case, and I've asked around, and I've never heard an example of a situation where an intervener has access to a utility's power system modeling.
But I think maybe we're misunderstanding each other. I'm not saying that, for example, in Idaho, a QF has the ability to access Idaho Power's model. What I'm saying is there is an open methodology in that state, and everybody kind of runs their own input assumptions into that model, and people get different numbers, but they get it based upon differences in those input assumptions. Do you understand that?
Are you claiming that, or are you asking me if I know that that's to be true?
That's true. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no talking over.
I'm tired. I'm sorry. Yeah, I bet you are.
Mr. Uda, I don't know if the testimony you just offered is true.
Okay. Well, apart from that, do you have any concerns about a utility contractor operating the model that is then used to determine avoided cost?
I would like the calculation of avoided costs to be as open and transparent as possible.
I agree with you. And so my question is, if it's not right now, is that a flaw in your judgment?
There's a lot of things that require balance here. You alluded in your opening statement to, I don't know if gaming was the word, but made some comment about changing the rules in the middle of the game.
Correct.
And I think it's very important to understand that the folks you represent are playing the QF game. And the game, so to speak, that the utility's playing is to provide affordable and reliable energy.
Right.
And it's far bigger than the QF game. So the model that we use, we procure and design to do long-term resource planning and resource evaluation.
Okay.
We also use it for evaluating QF avoided costs. But by nature, it's complicated and requires a lot of inputs. And that's what makes it difficult to provide open and transparent access to QFs and others.
Right, but the commission could just license the model and provide protective orders so that the confidentiality of the model and so on is protected. It doesn't have to be the case, does it, that the utility is contracting with the entity that's supposed to be producing an objective analysis for the commission's use?
Could you rephrase the question? That was kind of long.
Okay. My question is, it doesn't have to be the case that the utility contracts with a party, well, in this case,
The utility could run the software and own the software and do it in-house, yes.
True.
The commission could have its own software and do it in its house, yes.
Right.
Those things are true.
okay. So, and I understand your point about you're trying to balance your interests between ratepayers and qualifying facilities, but what does that have to do with the model?
If the complexity and sophistication of our model is tethered to the level of understanding of QF developers or a commission who is understaffed and has a lot of complicated work to do, then our modeling will not keep up with the pace of change of technology or markets that we face today.
Okay.
And we have to plan for a 20-year or longer planning horizon. And it's very important that our model reflects the fast pace of change, the volatility that's happening at a smaller and smaller time scale in the markets and the technology these days. And if we have to stop making any improvements in the model because QFs are struggling to have access and keep up with it, that will harm our customers. I completely understand your desire to have an open and transparent process. I would fully support this commission getting access to PowerSim for its staff and working together. I don't disagree with you there at all.
Okay, so you would be amenable to a proposal whereby the commission's the one who leases the model, Ascend or somebody else, probably Ascend because that's what they've been using, and then all the parties have access to it, and the main differences of opinion will be about the inputs that should go into the model. Is that right?
I don't know if you asked multiple questions there, so this is going to take a second.
Go ahead.
I don't know if the main differences of opinion will be about the inputs. They might be. I suspect there would be differences of opinion about other things like the structural relationships between important variables underlying the model. I also think that there are trade-offs that would be debated in terms of how many simulations we want to do to get a statistical distribution or whether we want the model to solve quickly.
Admittedly, there'd be some administrative.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
And I don't know if I would agree that it would be best for the commission to write the paycheck to lease from the vendor, and if it would be the commission who wants to pick the vendor. I think those are, the utility has to take some responsibility in running this business, and these are complicated elements here, and I don't think it makes sense to have complete redundancy in terms of analytical roles and ability between a commission and a utility.
Okay.
I agree that it should be an open and transparent process, and we want everyone to understand the model as much as possible.
So, do you have CBC 74 that was posed to Northwestern in front of you? Can you get it?
I have it. Excuse me, I have it.
Okay. Let me give you a few minutes to look at it.
Do you want to direct me where to look?
Well, I mean, I'd just like you to read it. Just let me know when you're done.
Mr. Chairman, this one was an objection. I need to check my list.
I think we agreed on this one.
Okay, I'll trust you, thank you.
Okay. Okay, was there a series of questions asked about how, for example, the power price was modeled as stochastically related to weather? And what are the specific weather inputs? How are those inputs calibrated? What is the variation in actual versus simulated data? How specifically are weather, load, fuel prices, renewables, and power prices modeled stochastically? Do you see all those?
Yes, I do.
Okay, was that question answered?
No, that question would have been incredibly burdensome for us to answer the detail. We would have had to hand over probably some statistics textbooks as part of that.
Okay, well, I think my experts are pretty familiar with statistics, so I don't know that that would have been necessary, but I thank you for the offer.
Let me give it an example, right? So the question, how specifically is the power price modeled as stochastically related to weather? So this is definitely a question best answered by Dr. Doris, right? But there are historical time series of data, including weather observations and temperature and prices. And this is described in a lot of Ascend's materials and in much of our testimony in this and other dockets.
Right, but we asked this question and it wasn't answered. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
Okay. So CBC 75, same thing, Ann. Again, a series of questions about the way in which PowerSim uses the analytic features. And again, this question wasn't answered. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Uda's correct. We agreed to admit these data responses into the record, but at the very beginning of each one, it says at page GWD-37. That's Gary Doris. These questions these are about Gary Doris's testimony.
I agree, but if you recall, there were two predicate lines of questioning. One was, if you get to a point where you're not comfortable testifying about this, let me know that there's another witness, and I didn't hear that.
I said that in the last answer.
Okay. I know you said about Mr. Doris, and I also, we've had a lot of discussion of PowerSim and about the value of having open and transparent access. And these questions, Mr. Chairman, are directed to the idea that this is not an open and transparent access.
I agree that you can ask the question, and I agree that Dr. Fitch-Fleischman can defer to someone else.
Do you want to defer these questions to Dr. Doris?
Let me know the question. Let's see what we
Okay,
do.
the question was, on both 74 and 75, we asked specific questions about the input parameters and the internal operation mechanisms of PowerSim, and in neither case did Northwestern answer that question.
Let me start with the second one. So, question CBC 75, and let me preface this with, Mr. Uda, as I've said it several times, I agree that the modeling should be transparent and open. Okay, and you'll recall that we asked a similar line of questions about things like an intelligence module, right? You're saying this description is laden with subjective phrases like optimal and meaningful. So an intelligence module clearly falls.
Can I stop you there? Because your counsel and I have an agreement about we're going to take that out. That was wrong to do that. So just assume that's not in there.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. So question 75 says, how are structural relationships? So A is about structural relationships. B is about structural relationships. C is about how are battery resources modeled. Okay, so explaining all of those things is something that requires a lot of math and a lot of subscripts. It would be very burdensome to type that all up into a data request and hand it over. That information is important, I don't disagree, but it's also overly burdensome to provide that in discovery.
Okay.
So let me go back to 74, which was the earlier part of your question.
Wait a second. Let me follow up with a question before you go to 74. But this is the model that Northwestern chose, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There are other ways of modeling avoided costs, correct?
None that would avoid the requisite mathematical complexity I was just talking about.
Okay, so are you familiar with the Northwest Power and Conservation Council's power planning process?
I'm familiar with their Genesis model, yes.
Right. Same kind of issue, right?
Similar but different in some ways, yeah.
And all of these interest groups that appear in front of the NPCC have access to all that information, don't they?
I don't know if they do. I don't think they have access to the Genesis model. They may. If I'm wrong, let me know.
Okay. All right. Anyway, go on to 74. You were about to get there.
The answer is the same, right? I agree 100% with the spirit of your questions, which is that our calculations and our modeling should be transparent and open. The reality is it's complicated, it's highly mathematical, and it involves tons of computing time. And we have other things to do, and in this context, it's overly burdensome to write reams of explanations. And you'll sense the same frustration from us asking for things like an explanation of an intelligence module or a dispatch optimizer. So I sympathize.
I understand, but this is what I'm trying ultimately to get to, is how do we solve this problem so this doesn't come up again in another proceeding, in your expert opinion?
I think it's a great question, and I don't have the answer.
Okay. I think we can move past this. Oh, yeah, that binder. Sorry. So we talked about changing the rules in the middle of the game, and I think you made some statement about QF's playing the QF game. That's fair enough. But would you agree with me that all of the proposed changes that Northwestern continues to try to make to the power sim methodology all have the effect of reducing the avoided cost?
The changes that we have made to the avoided cost model are done to ensure that the model reflects the reality of what's changing in the technologies and the markets that determine the outcome of power prices.
Right, but
it happens to be the case that most of those changes also result in a lower avoided cost. And that's largely because QFs provide energy and not capacity. And we've all heard about the hybrid nature, right, of this project. So hybrid is one word. Probably a more appropriate way to describe the battery is constrained. A standalone battery would be more valuable than a battery tethered to a wind project. Caithness likes to describe hybrid as if the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. That's not true. A battery tied to a wind project is constrained relative to a standalone battery.
Going, again, way beyond.
Yeah, I think you're going a little far with your speech here, sir.
Understood.
All right. So, because I wanted to ask the follow-up question. So, have you looked at any of the past dockets?
Yes.
Okay. So, how far back did you go?
I've reviewed the orders resulting from a number of QF dockets over probably the last decade, but I don't have I don't have them on the tip of my tongue, all the details.
Okay. But are you personally aware of any time that Northwestern has made a proposed change to the avoided cost methodology did not result in a lower proposal than the QF for avoided cost rates?
Well, for example, in this docket, we propose not using the SPP calculation of avoided costs for the wind resource, which comes in around 4%. We propose using the default value of 5%.
I understand that, but isn't the commission's background rule on wind resources 5%?
To the extent that you can say the commission has a background, the commission has a habit, I think. It's never been clearly described as a rule.
Okay, but in prior proceedings, you would agree with me that they've assigned a capacity value of 5% to wind, right?
I agree.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure we were using the same language. So does your method, and if you're not the guy that did this, I apologize, but does your method of computing production from the CBC facility during low load hours and high load hours consider moving energy from the low load hours to the high load hours due to the presence of the battery?
No. And I can point you to an email that I received from Mr. Grant's assistant, Gail Conboy, who fully recognized that adding the battery feature to the project does not materially affect the avoided cost of energy. If you add the battery, what you're going to do is you're going to move some light load energy to heavy load hours. And the effect of that is going to be less light load energy delivered
Okay, but
and more.
But if you didn't study it, how do you know that?
If I didn't study what?
Well, you said did.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Simple, because of the diminishing marginal returns of power in any given hour. So let me explain. If you reduce the amount of energy in light load hours, you increase the marginal value of energy. Less provided, higher, so they're inversely related. If you add, as you add more and more energy in heavy load hours, just as if you add more and more wind onto the system, its marginal value falls. So if you move energy from light load to heavy load, the rate for heavy load hours is going to fall. The total value will rise because you have more energy, but the avoided cost rate will fall.
Right.
And similarly, in light load hours, it will move in the other direction. The net effect on the value of avoided cost is likely trivial and the direction is ambiguous.
Okay, but you didn't study that, so your opinion is based on your background knowledge?
My opinion is based on my understanding of marginal values and how they change, power markets, stochastic simulation, and statistics. And it's fairly self-evident to me that that's how it would happen, and that's consistent with Mr. Grant's assistant's understanding that the effect wouldn't be material.
Well, Ms. Conboy is not here to defend herself. If there's some document you can point to in this proceeding where you can show that Ms. Conboy believed that, I'd be interested in seeing it if that's okay with you.
I'd be happy to provide it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, would you like a post-hearing provided, that email?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Can I just clarify something for the record,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman? Ms. Conboy is a paralegal that works for Mr. Grant. Ms. Conboy, by herself, has no authority to take any position on anything. I don't think that adding her email to this proceeding would materially affect any decision this commission is likely to make.
We're not talking about it being in the record, right?
Well, it's a lay hearing provided. I assume that was the implication, but, I just wanted to see it because I don't know what she said.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I'll do as
yeah.
you wish, but if Mr. Udo would like to see the email, I'll be glad to share it with him.
That's all I really want.
Okay, let's just leave it out of the record and just communicate between you.
Okay. So if I'm not misunderstanding you, since you didn't model moving the energy from low load hours to high load hours, you only modeled the wind production, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know what input assumptions CBC gave to Ascend to do the power sim run?
No.
Okay. Have you heard testimony here for the last, gosh, almost 2 days now, that CBC anyway represents that what they said is, here's the last commission order, please run it pursuant to these assumptions. Do you recall that?
I recall that's what CBC represented.
And do you have any reason to doubt that that's exactly what Mr. Duran did?
I think it's been abundantly clear to everyone throughout this hearing that this project is complicated, and these issues are complicated, and there's plenty of room for miscommunication.
I agree with that, but the question is slightly different. The question is, do you have any reason to doubt that Mr. Duran said to Ascend, here's the last commission order, please do the power sim run consistent with these assumptions?
Yes, I do have reason to doubt that, I mean, I don't know what he said. I'm sure he intended to convey something like that. But I'm sure the conversations quickly slipped into the details, whereas I've said before, we heard earlier today that the project will never go over 120 megawatts, and we've also seen plenty of data showing that it goes over 120 megawatts.
Well, again, you're changing topics on me. My question is this: what reason do you have, sitting here today, to doubt Mr. Duran's representation that what he did is he went to Ascend and said, here's the last commission order, please use these input assumptions?
So I suspect that's what he intended to do, but he very may well have read that order and interpreted some of the conclusions and described it to Ascend in a way that didn't exactly represent the order, because the order may have been ambiguous or there may have been other miscommunication. So I understand the spirit was that he wanted a result exactly as the commission, consistent with the commission order. But as someone who has gone through commission orders and tried to figure out how to produce the result exactly consistent with that, I know how hard that can be.
Okay. So let's talk about the assumptions then. The commission order said to use, for the time being, at least in that proceeding, the monthly model. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. I think the commission approved a result. They said, as the outcome of this proceeding, we're pointing back to the July result, which happened to be the monthly model, and here are the reasons. But the commission did not say, we approve the monthly methodology. They approved the result.
That's a fair point. But in that case, they nonetheless applied that monthly model to the CBC projects, correct?
They accepted the result used, or that derived from the monthly model.
Okay, fair enough. And did, in that prior CBC proceeding, did the commission approve or say, go ahead and use the declining heat rate?
No.
Okay. So those two assumptions are, my judgment, pretty clear. Do you disagree? Use the monthly model and don't use the declining heat rate.
Maybe we're having a miscommunication.
Possibly.
I don't believe the commission said use the monthly model.
Okay. But that was the last order that Caithness had before it filed its petition in this proceeding, correct?
That was the last order that the commission issued about avoided costs before Caithness filed in this
It would have
proceeding.
been fair, whether it was right, for Caithness to understand that at this point they were to use the monthly model in order to obtain, enter into negotiations with Northwestern in order to obtain an LEO.
I think what Caithness did, which was ask us to do a calculation according to our current methods to accurately represent our avoided costs, would be the right thing to do. And in fact, that's what they did. They asked us to do that calculation, and we produced that result.
Okay, and then is that, I'm confused between all the different iterations of this stuff that's done. But they also went, if I'm not mistaken, to Ascend and said, do it this way, right?
Yes, you and others have said that several times today.
Okay. So, they couldn't have had anything to do with the model itself, right? Because Ascend is doing the modeling, right?
Can you clarify your question?
Well, what I'm saying is they gave them these input assumptions. They said, this is our understanding of the commission order. Please implement this. And then Ascend did it. That wasn't anything that CBC did, correct?
I don't know the details of those communications. I'd be impressed if CBC said, do it this way, and in one communication transferred that message, and Ascend said, thank you, and went back and produced a result. I imagine there was some back and forth about things like dates of forward curves and which transmission basis differentials to use and hourly versus monthly spreadsheets.
There definitely were some of those
Right.
conversations, but what I'm saying is all of those are input assumptions. That's not operating the model, right? Ascend was operating the model.
Correct.
Okay. And then the spreadsheet adjustments that happen after the model finishes the run, those again were not done by CBC. They were done by Ascend personnel, correct?
I don't know, but I'll take that as true.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for now, Mr. Chairman.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Oh, I'm sorry, I was in the midst of chatting with, regarding the fact that if you did have a cross, it would need to be not friendly cross. Okay, but it's not an issue. At this point, let's see, what time are we at? Yeah, I guess, maybe if we can think of ending around 4:45, something like that. Let's see where it goes, because it is getting kind of long in the day. But Mr. Regala, if you'd like to proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Koopman. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you.
Give me a second to go over my notes real quickly. So I just want to continue down this line of questioning that Mr. Uda had. Began with you about hourly and monthly modeling information. I'm curious, how close is your model to intra-hour modeling parameters?
We're doing 5-minute level modeling and evaluation of a battery right now in an RFP we're running for our South Dakota service territory.
Where do you see the granularity of that model terminating?
That's a good question. That's a better question for Dr. Doris, but I think 5-minute is getting pretty darn accurate in terms of price signals and meaningful fluctuation of renewable resources.
Because then I'm assuming you probably have fluctuations in inputs. Like you just have a time delay. Like you just can't get information quickly enough, real time, to go smaller than something like 5 minutes, or for example.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah. Okay. And how? This is terrible. If we go to an hourly modeling requirement here. Actually, no, scratch that line of question, sorry. With your intra-hour modeling, are you looking to apply that to Northwestern's upcoming RFPs, or would that be something that would still be subject to a decision by the utility?
I haven't heard it confirmed, but I would be surprised if we didn't do 5-minute level modeling. And there are different questions you can pose to the model, right? You can say, you can look at a dispatch model, which is typically hourly. But if you want to evaluate a specific resource that has, sub-hourly abilities, most of the value from a battery comes at the sub-hourly level, not shifting energy from the afternoon to the evening. And that's one of my biggest concerns, as you've probably picked up on in some of the questions in Discovery, is that Caithness did not do sub-hourly modeling. How could you commit to providing ancillary services which require sub-hourly decisions without doing sub-hourly modeling? So to answer your question, we absolutely need to know the ability of potential new capacity resources at a sub-hourly level because we're about to join the EIM, which is a 5-minute market.
If Northwestern doesn't move to an intra-hour modeling for this next RFP, is it fair to say you would be utilizing, for the most part, hourly modeling information and not monthly?
Yes, absolutely. The only context in which we do monthly modeling is as a vestige of this history we've had with QF avoided costs. No monthly modeling in our plan, no monthly modeling in RFP.
And earlier you noted, paraphrasing, you can't just put a bow on the model and give it to the parties because there's a variety of functionalities and parameters that go into this. Is your understanding that you provided reasonable access to Caithness with the, no, scratch that, that's a generic question. I'm going to actually end that line of questions, and I'm going to switch generally to a concern that MCC brought up in cross-examination of Mr. Grant. And the issue is a confusing one to me, where, as I understood Mr. Brown's questioning, he was asking Mr. Grant, hey, if you can charge your batteries and you can dispatch that battery to hit Northwestern's peak load under the SPP methodology, that creates a strong incentive to dispatch during those hours. Do you recall that testimony?
I recall those questions, yeah.
And it doesn't matter how it came up, but the phrase gaming the system was brought up. I don't care about the pejorative use of that term, but it strikes me that that's a strong incentive, a good incentive for Caithness for Northwestern system, which is capacity deficient. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, if the PPA, if the incentives created by the PPA are reasonably close to the needs of our system, then the incentives will be aligned, and you can call it gaming or not. I don't have a problem with that. They'll be responding to the incentives in a way that what they provide is valuable to us. The problem is that getting those incentives aligned in a contract with a technology that there is no QF with a battery today, right?
Daryl, everybody knows it's you.
They need the battery.
Why isn't your wind blowing?
Let's go off the record. Let's go off the record. Yeah.
Yeah, we're off the record at this point.
Somebody have a battery here?
All right, we are back on the record. And let's see, Mr. Regala, you can continue with your questioning.
Dr. Fitch-Fleischman, we were having a conversation about the aligning of incentives between Caithness and Northwestern's capacity deficit system. I think we can agree that if a PPA can create that incentive, that would be a win-win for both Caithness and Northwestern, correct?
Agreed. Are you talking specifically about capacity, or are you just speaking generally, I guess?
Just speaking about capacity currently.
Okay, yeah.
But counsel for MCC brought up a second question, which I don't quite understand, which is you can dispatch to hit peak load in certain hours because Caithness has great experts to inform the operations of their battery. However, that dispatch is limited and it wouldn't provide enough capacity to truly benefit Northwestern's system. Is that how you understood Mr. Brown's testimony? And this is weird to ask you about Mr. Brown's testimony, but he brought up a good.
Mr. Brown doesn't testify.
Oh, sorry. Questioning. Line of questioning. I apologize.
Slip of the tongue there.
Let me ask it this way. What problems do you anticipate with a PPA that would allow Caithness to dispatch its battery to optimize it to Northwestern's peak load? What unintended consequences do you see from a opportunity like that based on this current this current project's configuration?
If Caithness could dispatch it optimally in real life, as their historical optimization supposedly does, it would be a very valuable resource. But the challenge is that their dispatch is going to be done according to historical information. They won't have real-time information. It's not available to them. It's not available to any generator on our system as a BA, partly because it's administratively it's actually not available, and partly because of security issues and data sharing issues. So in that gray area is where we have to figure out how well can Caithness predict our times of need, and then how well can they shape to provide energy during those times of need. And they won't be able to predict it as well as Northwestern would know it as a BA. So the battery's not as valuable as one as it would be under utility control, dispatched according to the real-time BA information that our grid ops uses. To try to do our best under the construct of PURPA and in a PPA is a worthwhile pursuit, and that's what we're here to do, but fraught with potential mistakes, right? It's not just capacity that they're asking to get payment for, right? They want credit for ancillaries. And our system provides the ancillaries on the backs of our customers who pay for our resources. And any discrepancy between what Caithness isn't able to provide optimally, it needs to be provided by our system. So to me, the concern is how well can we, one, understand all the issues, model with the accurate data in order to come up with the right sidebars and incentives that we put into the PPA. And if you take nothing away from this hearing other than the fact that it's complicated and there's been a lot of ambiguities and challenges with understanding the data, it's all those things that make me very concerned that we can accurately get the incentives into a PPA. So Mr. Brown's question that, concern about whether the SPP method in particular creates the right incentives, it picks, it's a pretty good tool for targeting our expected peak load needs. It's not perfect. There will be a better one. I mean, an important part to know is that the SPP tool is not designed for batteries. It's only designed for renewable energy resources. And SPP is right now in the process of improving or defining a tool to value batteries. So those things give me concern.
Would a alternative capacity contribution methodology alleviate some of your concerns with getting it right in the PPA? I have a specific one in mind where you have a 5% floor, like we do for all wind projects, and you allow for essentially a true up at the end of the first year based on the capacity that the project actually delivers. And then for subsequent years, you phase in a rolling average of actually delivered capacity based on the SPP methodology. because that would avoid some of these PPA conditions and instead just say, hey, when Caithness delivers, they get the money for it, and it's averaged out and smoothed over time. Would that resolve some of these PPA concerns you have?
So a hugely qualified, yes. And the qualifications are there, there's a number of complexities in elements that you just mentioned. And I think if the commission wants to do something like that, the commission should direct its staff to open a docket and conduct an investigation and do the analysis to come up with a tool like that. I think it's a complicated and rigorous process, and there are other commissions underway, conducting those processes right now and underway. I do think it's useful to rely on a tool created by a market operator or some other jurisdiction that is confronting these very same issues as well and has done that. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel, but we are put in a place where, as I said before, there is no QF with a battery. And so no one has solved this in this context. We've been using the SPP tool for a while for lack of something better. If the commission wants to come up with a different method like that, I think that there'd be room to open an investigation and do it properly. I'd be reluctant to do it without a lot of analytical foundation. You said a second piece, and I may have lost it. Now, give me a second. I think your question had a second part, but I forgot.
I don't remember either. Sorry. I think I'll just do one more line of questioning. Is it, assuming we'll just go with this line of questioning. I want to transition to, or pivot generally to, the information that CBC could have to optimize their batteries. There's a few terms I don't quite understand, and a bit of Northwestern's functionality I don't understand. Is it correct that Northwestern does not have real-time retail load information, correct?
That's correct. So go back a couple decades, and Montana goes through deregulation, right? So when I use the word retail, I'm talking about our supply customers as opposed to our choice customers. So we had certain customers who are allowed to opt out of receiving energy from Northwestern. They receive energy from a third-party suppliers, but they get transmission and distribution from us and balancing from us. So we have a balancing area load, 2/3 of which are supply customers of Northwestern. So they get the energy as well from us, and approximately 1/3 of whom get energy from somewhere else. Some choice customers and some retail customers or Northwestern supply customers are served by the same substation, and it's at the substation where we can get the load data. To disaggregate them and understand which, at an hourly level, what load is supply load versus BA load takes a couple months of meter reading. So we do not have hourly data on the supply load that our customers serve. We have BA, Balancing Area Authority, level hourly load. And the ancillaries in the regulation that would be provided on behalf of the BA are something that's not something Northwestern Supply would procure. That would be our transmission function, which operates the BA. I'll stop there before I get ahead of my skis and direct you to Mr. Steinmetz as a good person for these questions.
And that's for all future discussions about information that's available, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay.
And with no guarantees that he can answer.
Okay. Well, let me just shoot one more your direction. So Northwestern doesn't provide this information in the aggregate or in the disaggregated to QFs currently, right?
Correct.
Would you agree that if Caithness had access to either the disaggregated or the aggregated, it would allow it to optimize its dispatchability?
It would allow them to do better than if they don't have it, but I don't know if it would be sufficient. And I was curious about this issue, and in Discovery asked Caithness if they could identify any QFs that get access to this information, and they couldn't. So there's no QFs who get this according to Caithness.
And so if Caithness did not have access to this information, they would just be utilizing historic load information and projections of, historic and projected information of load and weather patterns to optimize dispatch.
That's my understanding, but that you would have to ask Caithness because I can't say I have a good understanding. You know, they did not adequately explain their batteries dispatch algorithm.
In the Grizzly and Black Bear Wind final order, this is the last question on hourly and modeling. The commission directed Northwestern to consider various improvements to its hourly forecast. Are you familiar with those directions?
I recall them.
And one of those directions was to provide full transparency of the hourly modeling.
Correct.
And has Northwestern provided that modeling information to the commission?
So we have done our best to provide as transparent a look at the hourly model as we can. And the best example of that are in Dr. Doris's exhibits 3A and 3B, which contain the hourly level results for one simulation. We do 100 simulations. We took one simulation of all the generators and prices. And so you can go through hour by hour, 8760 hours times 15 years, and see what our dispatch stack was in each hour, what the market prices were, and what the avoided cost was. And you can look across a 24-hour period, and you can click and look at the next day, and the next day, and the next day. I think that's very transparent.
And you say the best that we can because presumably it would be too voluminous to provide all of that.
That file, I think, was in the neighborhood of 40 megabytes. So multiply that times 100 to provide it all. And they're all produced by the same script and the same algorithm. So it's, you want to count all the, you know, all the
And I'm curious.
pile of sand in the pile or whatever.
Because I appreciate the move towards hourly because it reflects marginal costs. But if your data set was still just a representation of the final product, I don't know how it'd be reasonable for a QF to be able to sufficiently rely on that hourly information.
Oh, I disagree. I think it's completely reasonable. You can go through step by step. And I mean, how many different permutations of load and prices and dispatch can you have, right? A lot. But over the course of 8,760 hours times 15, you're going to get a lot of them. And an hour in this simulation is going to look very similar to certain hours in other simulation. You can go through and look through all the different results. I mean, if you follow your logic to its end, you know, there's no way to make it fully transparent. It's impossible to, you know, lay out 100% of exactly, you know, imagine the time it would take to just explain it and point to everything. So
you're saying your representation, your sample from the model is a sufficient representation of the hourly modeling to kick the tires on it.
yeah, and just to be clear, we tried to provide the full 100 sim reps. The commission's web interface to upload files right now, I don't know, I assume you guys are aware of this, but it's a big challenge, right? So we couldn't get it all up there, and so what we did is we posted all of these results on something called Microsoft BI, which is a web interface. And I know that's not officially in the record and it doesn't satisfy the legal standards, but we did our best to say, you asked for it, here it is. And the Ascend website has all kinds of documentation about its methodologies and its models. The information is out there, and I'm only being half facetious when I talk about handing over a statistics textbook.
And that's fair. I don't think I have any further questions on the hourly and monthly modeling information. Commissioner Koopman, given it's 4:45, you had set that as an end, but I knew the power going off, but
Well, we did have an unscheduled break in there, although it wasn't very long. The thing that I'm considering here is Commissioner O'Donnell will not be able to be with us tomorrow, and I wanted to at least give him the opportunity if he had some questions before we break for the day. Why don't we do that, and then Mr. Regali, you can continue with your questions tomorrow.
Thank you.
As well as obviously the other commissioners will.
I appreciate that very much. had some questions, and maybe I don't understand. If CBC is able to provide firm hourly output, what difference does it make that there's 5-minute modeling?
It's an excellent question. So, first off, when you say firm, are you imagining like, it's 50 megawatts flat for the whole hour?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's what I was imagining as well, but it turns out that's not what everyone understands firm to mean.
That was the answer to my question earlier, I think.
I know, and that was
okay.
that was the reason for all the concern about the Northwestern their Caithness response to Northwestern 26A was whether or not they did sub-hourly analysis.
Right.
We've now confirmed that they did not do sub-hourly analysis. So when they say firm power over the course of an hour, it could wobble a lot. It's not a flat production profile.
Isn't there contention that the battery would keep it from wobbling or
Yes.
sawtoothing?
Yes, they've said that.
So if the system performs as they project, is that still a concern?
It's a huge concern.
Okay.
They didn't analyze sub-hourly variation in the wind.
Okay.
How could you commit to providing that flat power without analyzing sub-hourly variation in wind? And I was very concerned about this, and so we went and looked at Judith Gap and Spy and Cop to see how much they varied during the course of an hour, and the answer is a lot. So Caithness's battery is 20 megawatts, which gives you a 40 megawatt range, right, from full discharge to full charge. Their wind is 60 megawatts. So if the wind production changed by more than 40 megawatts within the hour, there's simply no way they could provide that flat production profile. That magnitude of wind swing happens at Judith Gap and Spy and Cop on the neighborhood of 150 to 200 times a year. That's more than every other day. So that is why I have asked in discovery, did you analyze sub-hourly wind generation data? And if so, please provide it in the analysis. And they didn't provide it. So maybe they can do it. Maybe their wind is less variable than Judith Gap and Spy and Cop.
So
Maybe go ahead. Maybe they can do it, but they didn't show us the evidence. So how can you expect us to sign a long-term PPA, a total value of $450 million if you take their ask,
Right.
and put our customers on the hook for that when they didn't even look at a sub-hourly level?
Okay. The research that you alluded to that the company is doing in South Dakota on batteries, is that company-owned batteries?
I don't recall I don't know the ownership structure of those batteries. I suspect it includes potential Northwestern ownership, and it may also include a different contractual structure
So
where
you have all
like
the
a tolling
information.
agreement or something like that. Yeah.
Have you learned anything from that you're aware of that could be educational, applicable to this procedure?
We're in the process, so I would say it'd be premature.
Great. And then you say SPP. I mean, everybody has agreed that they have not come up with a rule for valuing hybrid or battery, well, until somebody does it, how, even if they come up with something, it's not going to be tested. So in your testimony, page 5, you say that CBC requests that Northwestern sign a long-term contract based on claimed performance abilities that CBC has not adequately demonstrated. Well, they can't at this point. Nobody can. And when we had CBC 1, I thought, because that's all I read about nationally is battery. So I thought, oh, well, this would be easy. There's a whole lot of experience out there. And I went and I checked with NERIC and checked with some people, and I found out that, you're right, nobody has done this before. Somebody has to be first, I guess.
I agree, and I think we'd prefer to learn from someone else's mistakes.
Okay. I think those are the questions that I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your allowance.
Absolutely. Thank you for those questions. At this time, I would like to ask if there's any public comment before we close for the day. Any public comment at all? And anything else that needs to come before the chair before we close, we will be reconvening at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Mr. Chairman, can I make one other statement? Just let everybody know, I will be catching up on all this wonderful, entertaining information when I return from my trip. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are off the record until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much.